Hey guys, this is Justin here, Lusty Justy as some of you may know me as. I want to apologize for the tardiness of this live stream, but it's always fucking like this, so you should pretty much be used to it by now. So if you guys could just chill out and I don't know. What's up, y'all? It's late as usual. Whatever the fuck, man. It's always late. I don't know why I overpromise, I underdeliver. That's my motto these days, right? I don't know, dude. I'm late to every fucking thing. The great thing is, when you're a YouTuber, it doesn't really fucking matter. Because it's your channel, and you don't really owe your audience shit. So you can make promises that you don't keep, and we've seen that a lot. At least I'd never asked y'all for I did ask you for money last week for the Corey Feldman little heart box set because I want to review that bitch, but I'm not paying $275 for it. What's up, everybody in the chat? How's it going? Got Alex, Jordy, Mitch, Rose Dower, Josh, Chief McLeod, Michigan. I don't know, whatever. Did you have to get a triple XL to fit Justin's head on there? Yeah, he's got a big ole. His head's bigger than a fucking boxer turtle, man. I swear to God, have you ever seen fucking boxer turtles? Their heads are like those fucking things look prehistoric. They're fucking mean. We had some in my dad's old pond, and they would see you, and they would run out of the water to come at your ass. They were like misanthropic little bastards. They hated people. And you don't want to let them fucking things get its mandibles on you. That appendage is gone. No, this is a large because I've gotten a little bit fatter, so I can't. A lot of mediums, I don't want to take a chance and get a medium, and that's too tight, and then I don't want to wear it, so I just get larges now. Whatever, trying to work on that. I've gained over the past 2 years, I've gained 10 pounds, which may not sound like that much, but I can definitely feel it in my clothes. If you go back and watch some of my older videos, I definitely look a little bit trimmer in them. Probably a little bit younger too, because that's 2 years less of, alcohol abuse, so... Wow, geez, that was a sad note, Josh. Why'd you have to make it all dark like that? Well, that's my reality, so that I refuse to do anything about currently. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, yeah, turtles are very much prehistoric. So yeah, Pat the NES punk. That's why we're all here, right? I don't know. I didn't hold a poll this week because I actually pre-watched this episode, unlike my other videos where I've never seen it before and I'm watching it for the first time. So I wanted to kind of have something that I knew I was going to have something to say about, unlike the Rich from Review Tech USA stream last week where I really didn't have anything to say about it. It wasn't really all that interesting. So yeah, we quit midway. And I put all that work into editing that goddamn stream to get all of his fucking stoner pauses out of the way. And I still didn't even end up watching the whole thing. What a waste of time. No, I don't have a Patreon yet. I've been waiting to make a Patreon because I want to make stuff. I want to make it to where, I wonder how Justin's face is going to morph the more times my shirt folds up. Just how fucked up will his face get? That will be the funny oh my God. Justy is having some problems right now, bro. Can you finish this thing? If I'm screenwave. Wow. That will be a fun thing for this stream in and of itself. Just seeing in many ways his face is going to distort as I change my movements. But no, I don't have a Patreon yet because I wanted to make sure it was worth it, Because I'll probably end up charging $5 a month. So if I'm going to be charging that much, then I want to make sure I have extra video content and shit that just makes it worth your time. Anyways, Yeah, Pat the NES Punk. I've been listening to his CU podcast for years and years. I think since 2016 is like when I first found him. They were doing a lot of talk about the Wii U back then because that was like Nintendo's most current system at the time. And it was failing abysmally. And I don't know. I had just purchased a Wii U, so I was interested in hearing what they had to say about it. I had been checked out of retro gaming at that point for quite a while. I'd say from like at least 2011 to 2016, I really only played StarCraft 2 on my PC, and I did not play any console games. And so I kind of missed like an entire console generation. So I don't know, I kind of got into the topics that they were talking about, like the Wii U and just other things that kind of piqued my interest. But I don't know. Then they started talking about like wrestling a lot more, and they'd go more into like food and just got off topic from video games, or they would spend too much time on like a specific topic, like the WADA thing. I brought that up in my Pat the Mid Punk or the MID Punk video that I did, my little expose on Pat Contri, which really wasn't an expose. It was just me saying that like, man, this guy's been on the platform for so long. He's like one of the first guys, one of the old timers, and his shit's just so fucking mid. Like nothing he's ever done has really been all that entertaining. So I wanted to make a video about how kind of every single thing he's ever done has just been kind of mid and has never really gotten all that successful. I mean, like, yeah, he's been on the platform for like 15 years and he's still sitting at like a little bit over 200K subscribers, and that's great, and that's probably how he makes his living, I would imagine. But it just kind of goes to show you, if you've been on the platform that long and you've only got that many subscribers, like your content is probably not innovating. It's probably just kind of copying what other people are doing or what else is kind of like out there in the world. So I made a video about that. And when I made the video, I was forced to watch some of his fucking Pat the NES Punk episodes. And I had already like tried to check his shit out in the past, and man, he is just he does an okay podcast, like it's okay. But man, when he tries to act, it is just abysmal. It is so like bad. And I know some people out there will try to like make an argument that like, oh, it's a character. It's supposed to be cheesy. It's supposed to be corny. It's like, no. I think in Pat's mind, he's really doing some kind of like vaudevillian slapsticky theater over there with his crazy expressions and voices and all that. And he probably, has it down to a formula like the Pat when he's in character. That's not being in character. James Rolfe is the AVGN back in the day. That was in character. Because you saw James when he was not in character. Two totally different people. The Pat the NES Punk quote-unquote character is just Pat Contri hamming himself up. Like, I did a live stream where I showed y'all some of my old videos from like 2016, 2017 when I was first starting to get into YouTube. And yeah, it was pretty cringe because I was doing the same thing. I was like hamming my personality up and over exaggerating myself because I thought that's just what you were supposed to do. I thought to have a successful gaming channel, you had to put comedic skits in between everything. I learned wrong. You don't have to do that. You had to really like ham up your personality and be like, all right, guys, today we're going to talk. No, you don't got to do that. You don't got to do that unless you're really like that in person. You don't got to do that. I found that when I'm just myself, like I am right now, God, look at Justin's face. He looks like a fucking literal pig, bro. I love it. Anyway, dude, yeah, this is going to be entertaining. This shirt, I got a lot. People are like, oh, why'd you give Screenwave any money at all? I'm going to get so much mileage out of this fucking shirt. Like, you have no idea. I regret nothing about this purchase. But anyway, yeah, so what Pat's, one of his, because I guess he's trying to be like a little mini Barnes and Noble these days with all the books that he keeps churning out. That seems to be like his post YouTube kind of exit strategy is to become like a publisher and a writer. I think when Pat, because he said he wanted to be a writer, like whenever he finally quits YouTube, but I wonder if he meant by writer, like writing about the very thing you've been making videos about for 15 years, which is old Nintendo video games. I feel like Pat wanted to go a little bit more ambitious with it and wanted to like actually do something of consequence in the entertainment industry that isn't just literally rehashing old video games and talking about them in one way or another. But, I've talked about this before. If you lean too heavily into one certain topic and you build that big audience from that one certain topic, you better give them what they want or they will fuck right off and go on to someone else who is giving it to them. So I don't think he really has a choice. I think he's the book writing guy. Every now and then he'll do a CU podcast with Ian, who everybody seems to universally despise. I don't despise Ian. I just think he would be like, I don't know. I think he would be a challenging person to deal with in real life. Maybe not if he's like a few beers in and is a little bit more relaxed, but he definitely seems very uptight and tense in the podcast. Yeah, most people seem to not like Ian. He checked out a long time ago. Yes, I agree. I think Ian absolutely checked out like by the second or third year of the podcast. So we've established that he's mainly focusing on books. He's not really focusing on the CU podcast. Now he has revived his Not So Common podcast, which I liked in the past when, years ago when he first started it, because I liked that he had, he was big enough to where he had access to like Boogie and Rich and Norm and, he interviewed other YouTubers. So that was kind of interesting. And now he's brought that podcast back, and now instead of interviewing people, he's just got this annoying host. I think Alex is his name. And he ain't it. He ain't it for a co-host. I'm sorry. Say what you want about Ian, but Ian worked better for some reason. This Alex guy seems like he keeps trying to like steal the show or insert like, this is why I'm important to the podcast. This is what I'm bringing. But it's like, you're a generic dude that no one really knows why do I care about your opinion? I mean, at least Ian had the whole, hey, I work at a game store. I'm like, I have some expertise in this field. I'm not trying to be funny. That's one thing you can say about Ian. He never hammed anything up for the camera because they recorded the podcast too and they put it on. That's how I found the podcast, was in video form on YouTube, not through Apple or anything like that. But yeah, this Alex guy just hams it up, and that, I think they're bi-weekly. And then finally we get down. Oh yeah, and Pat's already talked about how Flea Market Madness is dead. It's done. He's done doing Flea Market Madness, which was my favorite thing that he did, honestly. That was the best thing that Pat put out, in my opinion. He's done doing that. I mean, maybe he's tired of waking up at 6 or 7 o'clock. That's what sucks about flea markets and swap meets, whatever the fuck you want to call them. East Coast, West Coast terminology here. Fucking, they start early as fuck. You don't get anything good unless you go there early as fuck. Who the fuck on the weekend wants to wake up at 5 a.m. to get to a flea market at 6 a.m.? He used to do it though. He used to do it, and that's what was probably like the effort that he put into it to do all that was probably why I liked the show, because like the effort like kind of showed through that, like, oh, he's finding some good deals. And then as like the series went on, he was just the state of video games in general. People knew what they had. They weren't, oh, Demon's Crest for SNES, let me just give this away, or let me just sell this at the flea market because these are my nephew's tapes, his Nintendo tapes, and I don't know what this shit is, so sure, 50 cents a piece. People weren't doing that by like the middle of that series, so I guess I understand why he stopped doing it. So now we get down to Pat the NES punk series, the show, the whole thing that he built his brand off of was this character, Pat the NES Punk. This has been by far, for the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, this has been the most neglected thing. Once the podcast picked up, Pat kissed that series goodbye. He would release a Pat the NES Punk episode maybe once or twice a year. He's kept this character on life support. I don't know why. It's not funny. It's cringe as fuck to watch. And so he released a new one. And I guess I'm just in his algorithm so much that it just popped up on my screen. And so it's like, all right, Thweet Tenda Hooligan. Don't worry. I have a little bonus here because this Pat, the NES Punk episode, isn't really that long. So I have a bonus after that if you want to stick around. We're also going to watch his Amico Christmas episode that I think is 2 times cringier than the one I'm about to show you. And if there's still people sticking around, we may even watch how bad his acting skills were on the AVGN Pat the NES Punk Nintendo World Championships video. So there's a lot of stuff going on tonight. This is the intro. I'm out here. I'm Jay Leno. I'm doing the monologue right now. We're about to get to the showy part of it, but just don't mind me as I do my jokes for the everyman, for the blue-collar worker right now. And we're about to get into the showy show part of it. Fantastic. Yeah, see, I thought you'd like that. You have some weird ass obsession with Pat the NES Punk, and that's okay. I watch your channel actually because you archive a lot of clips of things that I want to see sometimes when I'm feeling juicy and I want a little bit of drama. Got a $10 super chat from Carlos P. Thanks, bro. That's awesome. I super appreciate that. That's that touches my heart. I don't know. I'm not good at on the compliments off the top of my head. I had to mail up some guy on my Discord ordered one of my band shirts and one of my CDs, and he lives in Australia, and I'm thinking like, cause I have to specify the shipping before they buy it. I can't figure that out. It's the website that I use, bandcamp.com, and I thought, okay, a t-shirt, CD, what's that, like 4 or 5 ounces in weight? In a large envelope, $20 shipping. Bro, that shit ended up costing me $40. I made, I think, $5 profit off of that. Like, I basically just swallowed all my profits in shipping. So, I mean, it's just cool that someone in Australia wants to rep Dancing with Ghost shit from Jacksonville, Florida. So, whatever. I'm not complaining about that. But the $10 super chat helps reimburse me for that pricey-ass expense. So let's put on the headphones here. Just random thing I saw. Are you 5'7"? Is that a question for me, Sue? Would you like to know how tall I am? I am 5'11". If that was even a question directed at me, I don't fucking know. God couldn't have given me 1 extra inch just so I could say I'm 6 foot tall. No, I had to be fucking 5'11". I think it's a solid height. I think 5'11's a good height. You don't want to be too tall, bro. Your knees and all your joints just... Let's just put it this way. You don't see a lot of old ass 6'5" men walking around, okay? You don't see a lot of 6'7", 70-year-old men. What do you see? You see little old ladies who are like 5'2". That's the main old people or little old dudes who are like 5'3". For some reason, when your body's closer to the gravitational pull of the earth, you live longer, apparently. Maybe your blood doesn't have to travel as far through your vascular system. I don't know, but let's get ready to fucking cringe here. Let's bring on some of that.
Yeah, I know it's Halloween season again, but I'm burnt.
Oh yeah. Can I already just like interject? Can I already just stop the video? He released this video like 4 or 5 days ago, like deep into November. Like deep into November, Pat is releasing a Halloween video. What isn't that like a universally carnal sin of like once Halloween is kind of over, you might have like 3 or 4 days after, maybe the weekend after Halloween, to maybe do a Halloween themed thing. But you missed the boat, dude. October 31st, that's it. It's done. You can do Halloween things leading up to Halloween, but after Halloween, it's like, I don't want to fucking see Halloween shit after that. Like, it's done. On to the next thing. Anyway.
Out on doing scary game reviews. I've been doing them for 15 years for the NES, Super NES,
Okay, be honest. Did you guys know that Pat's been doing scary game reviews for the last 15 years? Because I gotta tell you, that's fucking news to me. That's news to me that he's done 15. Every Halloween, he's done like I guess just shows how much I don't watch his content, or this content at least.
Graphics 16, and even the Sega Genesis. I'm over it. No, I'm serious. No spooky stuff this year. But I still want to review a few games.
Those little like, yeah, I'm chiming in. I feel myself chiming in a lot in this video. Sorry. I feel those effects that he uses are like, it reminds me of like middle-age AVGN kind of like Final Cut effects. Like they're not. It just reminds me of like the middle age of like YouTube in general. It's like, it's dated is what I'm trying to say. It feels his effects that he uses, they feel like very dated to me.
So how about I tackle a system I never did before here? What about, let's see, the Nintendo 64? It'll be a little Halloween themed though. I got my Fire Orange controller right here, and I filled my candy bowl with a bunch of N64 games. So I'm going to close my eyes and randomly select a few to play right now.
It's weird to me to think that this guy's like in his 40s and he's doing like these like, he's doing this very like kid-friendly persona, you know, like when an adult reads to like the kids in like first grade, like maybe someone's parent will come in and be like the guest reader for that day or whatever, like, oh, Timmy's dad's gonna read us from Peter Pan today, guys. And then the parent tries to talk to the kids all like, hey kids, we're gonna read a book now, you guys ready to go? They're like, Pat is doing that right now, and his audience are not kids. They are people probably around his age or maybe like a few years younger. I don't know why he's talking like this. It's creepy.
It's totally random, I swear. Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers? I said no scary games. I'm not going to do it. But I wonder what would have happened if I did.
Man, his acting is fucking impeccable. Like Golden Globe status, bro.
Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers is an adventure game developed by Terraglyph Interactive Studios and published.
So this is Curator Pat voice. We've heard Curator James's voice. This is Curator Pat voice. And I fully believe that Pat saw early AVGN and aped the formula even to this day. Have some kind of skit-like thing going on at the beginning of the video, but then when it gets down to actually talking about the video, you get more of a... In 1998, Activision Games released Scooby-Doo for the Nintendo 64. Now, a lot of people have critiqued, you know, you get into that, now we're serious, guys. Now I'm really telling you, I'm infotaining you right now.
Published by THQ in 2000. The year 2000. There are 4 episodes/stages in the game, and each features the Mystery Machine and its crew who are out to solve the mystery. The player controls the hippie Shaggy with Scooby in tow, who does absolutely nothing. The objective is to search and find all the items and to progress in the stage to find more items, all while avoiding the enemies, creepy villain, and security guard who will toss you out of rooms and force you to restart the area. But you can turn the tables on him.
Yeah, exactly. The Wikipedia part of the script.
Oh, serious concussions are hysterical. When Shaggy finds all the clues and items needed, he can return them to the gang, which then comes up with a plan to trap the disguised villain, and then the player uses Shaggy and Scooby as bait to trap them. It's a simple premise, but it's a slog to play. The game's camera is locked per each section of the room, making movement difficult while trying to avoid foes and obstacles that will scare Shaggy.
That game honestly does look horrendous, though. I mean, you're gonna have locked camera angles without any pre-rendered I mean, at least Resident Evil, you get like some nice textures because everything's locked, you know, and you're not having to worry about like polygons and all that. So you're able to like have these super rich looking textured backgrounds on the remasters. At least the first Resident Evil kind of looks like microwaved dog shit, but you know, all the ones they did after that. But to have like that shitty N64 graphic polygonal locked in camera thing on top of the shitty N64 or I mean, it's not even that they're shitty, but they're just like so primitive looking. Like I don't know, man, a lot of times PS1 looks better just because there's more like textures and detail. Like everything in the N64 just looks like this, like a blocky, nondescript, but played smoother, I would say. The walls didn't have that warping effect that happened a lot on PS1.
And if Shaggy gets scared enough, he'll eventually have to restart the stage area. It's especially tough when trying to avoid the big baddie who chases Shaggy around. On the surface, this title feels like a fun time, but it can be frustrating.
Jinkies! These camera angles suck!
Oh my, dude, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is such dated like YouTuber shtick. Like, oh, I'm playing Scooby-Doo, so for like 10 seconds I'm gonna dress up like Velma or whatever, and comedy. This equals comedy, guys. I don't know if you knew that or not. This is hilarious. Why aren't you laughing louder at this? God damn it.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's if I was one, like, it just reminds me of like when some kid in high school says some cringy shit, and then like the other kid, like the cooler kids, will go, "How'd that go again? Can you say that again? Do that thing that you just did again. Make that noise again." Like that's what I would tell Pat probably throughout this whole video. Not saying I'm a cool kid. I'm just as cringe as Pat is if you do enough digging. You don't even have to dig that deep.
Yeah, maybe it was for the best that I skipped this one.
But you didn't.
All right, fresh game. All right, a Mortal Kombat game. Sub-Zero. This should be a blast. An icy blast.
God, that face is disturbing. It gets more disturbing later on. He does a Power Ranger game, and he holds this really dumb-looking face for a long time. Now, okay, like, I know for a fact that, like, Pat and James Rolfe are still at least tentatively kind of sort of friends, but I know even more that Pat 110% knows exactly what games James has already covered on his channel. I know that. I know that he knows that. So why would he pick a game that James Rolfe has already done? And I believe, I could be mistaken, this Sub-Zero Mythologies game was not that bad of an AVGN episode. It was okay. So how the fuck is Pat going to even compare to a just okay AVGN? That's like leaps and bounds better than the best Pat the NES Punk episode. I just found it really weird that he would be attempting to like cover a game that James has already covered, because they have, you know, worked close together in the past and all that.
Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero was developed and published in 1997 by Midway. Unlike the previous Mortal Kombat games, this is not...
Okay, someone in the chat just brought this up. It's not that I didn't want to bring it up, but I forgot to bring it up. I'm just asking this question because I don't want this to come off as an accusation. Is Pat Contri's dad a registered pedophile? Moving on.
Not strictly a fighting game, but an action-adventure experience with fighting and beat-em-up game elements. Players control Sub, I'm not a ninja, Zero, who is hired by Quan Chi, who looks like needs more sleep, to retrieve some non-ninja stuff. So you have to beat up foes in a 2D setting, mostly...
Yeah, apparently, allegedly, Pat's dad is a registered pedophile.
One at a time, while retrieving keys and unlocking paths to reach the end of the stage. Controls are similar to any typical Mortal Kombat game with 2 punches, 2...
If anyone in the chat has more info on that, like, please, I would love to know more about that, because as far as I know right now, it's just a rumor, but it's a rumor that's got legs, because I've heard it several times before it was brought up in the chat just now.
Blocking and running introduced in Mortal Kombat 3. Alright, this first bald dude is going down. What the heck? Why isn't Sub-Zero facing the enemy? Oh, you need to press the B button to turn around?
That's a pretty shitty game mechanic, not gonna lie. I think I played this game growing up, and yeah, it sucked pretty fucking hardcore.
It's awkward to do this while trying to fight, and throws the gameplay flow way off. Time to freeze this sucker. Oh, it's not working? Yeah, Sub-Zero doesn't start with his trademark special moves. They have to be earned through an RPG experience system. There are also health potions and power-ups you can acquire and use. So these one-on-one encounters feel like fighting game enemies and not standard beat-em-up foes who die after a few hits. These should be straightforward battles, but each is annoying since the game doesn't display their health bars. Why not do this? What the fudge? Well, it's a good time to mention that the game has booby traps. And when you die, you have to go through everyone you just defeated again? Ugh. I ran past that Goonies trap. And hey, nice blind hit. All right, what do I do now? I guess I'll just jump and... Oh, dead.
It's like, anybody who would be watching this, it's like, yeah, we've already seen the AVGN one and it was funnier. So, like, why are we even watching you right now? And that's a good, like, meta question that I can ask myself in this moment. Why am I doing this? Because you guys are here, quite honestly. God knows I would not be doing this on my own free time on a Friday.
Now I'm getting annoyed. But at least I can freeze these fools to speed things up. Let's try this balcony jump again. Get away! Is this on hard mode? This is the first stage, right? I didn't put in a cheat code and accidentally select a later stage? Sweet lord! Okay, let's see. That was medium? All right, very easy. I'll admit I need it. This should be a cakewalk now. Ow! Wait, now there are 2 of them on very easy mode?
Yeah, I know Pat's a writer because he, like, writes a shit ton for his books or whatever, which, I mean... I don't really hear a lot of people talking shit about his books outside of the Brett Weiss drama. So I mean, clearly he's a writer and has some ability to write, but what he doesn't realize is that he is not a comedic writer. He cannot write comedy, but yet he keeps trying and he keeps like attempting. I wouldn't say he leans into it because he's leaning into the Nintendo books. That's what he's leaning into because he probably sees that like that's what's doing better for him, but he still makes his little attempts to dip his toe into the water here with these videos, and it's like, bro, you are not like, you can't write comedy and you certainly can't perform comedy. Like, there's a difference. Some people are really good at writing comedy but they can't perform it, like Larry David with the Seinfeld stuff. But then, I mean, Larry David eventually became a good comedic performer in his own right. But then you have people who are good at, like, performing comedy, like Jim Carrey, but can't necessarily write it, although he did impressions early on in the day. But I think arguably his acting is way better than his stand-up. Pat is not good at either. He cannot perform comedy, nor is he a good writer of it.
I just very easily jumped to my death. This is my 6th time trying this. You have to jump perfectly onto the ledge and then jump forward again to hit an awning and land safely. Yeah, that's...
This game is dark as fuck, by the way. I can barely like make it out on my screen. I don't know if this is ripped right from YouTube, so like I guess that's how the game originally looked. Like shit, that's fucking a miserable visual experience if that's how dark the game's supposed to be.
It's intuitive. Well, what the hell? How'd that guy run to me without triggering the trap? The enemies respawn? This is hell enough without respawning enemies. Even Goombas don't respawn. I got the slide attack now and I'm cheesing it. I have no shame. Climbing this rope feels good. Oh shit, no!
This may take a while.
crushed again. And again. Again.
Yeah, AV Jin did a whole thing about this area of this level where he's like, shit, fuck, what a shitload of fuck, what a fuckload of shit. Already seen it.
Again. Again. I am not having a very easy time right now. Finally, something resembling a Mortal Kombat fight. But it's weird since the screen keeps Sub-Zero centered, so it's tough to see Scorpion at times. It doesn't truly feel like Mortal Kombat due to this. Eventually, you climb to the top and that ends the first stage. Then there's an awkward cutscene of stills that goes on and on and on. This is longer than Dr. Zhivago.
There's this, I've got headphones on, so I hear like these like really high pitched frequencies when he's narrating, and you can like literally hear like the cuts that he makes because that high pitch goes away when there's silence and then it comes back when he starts speaking again. It's like, what kind of weird either mic or compression are you using to add that extra audio noise in there? It's weird. Anyway, that's an editor gripe more than anything else.
Look it up. At least the PlayStation version has full video cutscenes where you can laugh at the Fox Kids looking production values. Now we're combining platforming with beat
Pat, you were the last motherfucker to talk about bad production values, buddy.
'em up action. Did we learn nothing from Double Dragon on the NES? This stage consists of mostly jumping with the air blowing you and also grabbing the edge of platforms and pulling yourself up. It's like playing the asshole version of Prince of Persia. And then you come to this rotating spoon-looking platform that you have to time the jump for. What? Okay. I think I have it.
So, this is 64-bit gaming, huh?
Finally. It feels like it operates more on luck than anything else. Fluffernutter! And now I'm in a cyclone and have to deal with more.
Fluffernutter? Really? That was what you wrote in your script when you fell? Fluffernutter? Oh, God, this is so bad. This is so bad, dude. This is so fucking bad. This is such a bad show. Like, why has he kept this on life support for 15 fucking years? Like, yes, this would have been fucking probably funny to some people, like, in 2009, but, like, holy shit. Talk about, like, he's beating the dead horse that James Rolfe has already finished beating and has moved on. Now Pat's like, ooh, leftover, table scraps. Let me see what other juice I can squeeze from this stone.
Platforming fun and face another booby trap before reaching this cosplay Homelander who is beating the ever-living shit out of me. Remember, this is supposed to be very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Easy, very easy.
Oh, God, that whiny fucking voice he does that he thinks is so funny. Pat, you're like an annoying roommate of mine that I'm watching a video of you for some reason because I like to torture myself. I don't know. It's kind of fun in a way, in some sick fuck way. Yeah, isn't it like also like kind of well known that Pat's not very good at video games? And on top of that, he like barely fucking plays video games to begin with. Like he will literally only play video games for work now. Like if he's reviewing it for his book or if he's doing it for like a YouTube thing, like the dude does not play video games. So if he's getting his ass kicked, it's probably more because he fucking sucks and hasn't put the time into actually like learning the nuances of the controls than like the game actually being like ass or it being too hard or whatever. Now this game does kind of suck, but I mean, like, I don't know, back in the day with video games, you kind of had to like sit down and like die a lot before you finally passed the boss or whatever. And I think it was a cheesy, cheap way for game developers to like make you feel like you're getting your money's worth out of a game. Because if it's too easy and you breeze through it in like 4 or 5 hours, then people are going to feel like ripped off. That's my theory anyway.
Well, that wasn't fun, but there's no way that title accurately represents the N64 library. Let's move on to the next random game. This game's broken. Yeah, this one's broken. I can't play this one.
That was so funny how he just did that. Holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, next. Totally random. Oh, okay. Carmageddon 64.
Dude, his acting is impeccable.
I'll enjoy playing this one. I owned the first 2 Carmageddon games on the PC as a teenager. What? I always keep my PC games close by just in case I have to reference them in a game review.
Carmageddon 64 was published in 2000 by Titus Interactive and is a port of Carmageddon 2 Carpocalypse Now, a vehicular combat PC.
Hey, $5 super chat from Jesse. Huge fan, dude. Long-time watcher. Love your stuff. Well, thank you, Jesse. Jesse! Well, I'm going to give that a like here. Now, I'm going to heart react it. There you go. That's how you know I'm really serious. Really in the stew. While I have it paused, if you guys want to give this chat or this stream or whatever a thumbs up, I think it helps something. I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Game from 1998. The first game in the series was originally supposed to be a Death Race 2000 game, hence the theme of running people over. The objective for all of the races is to go through the check.
Oh yeah, what's Justy looking like right now? He's not looking so good.
Points to win. You gain credits and time by performing stunts and jumps. Cutting stunt bonus. that's edgy. However, you can also...
Pat, again, buddy, you are not one to make fun of bad jokes. This whole video is full of bad jokes that you pre-wrote, that you didn't even... It's not even like you came up with them off the top of your head. That might be a little bit more forgivable. But no, you sat down, took time, and like deliberately wrote these fucking jokes, and they're fucking trash.
Finish races by wasting all the opponents by driving into them. A third way to win is by killing all the zombies in stages. Zombies? These are supposed to be people with blood. They've censored out the series trademark, running over humans and seeing their bodies splatter, and replaced them with lame zombies who spurt green ooze when you hit them. They even incorporated this lame change into the story, where the Earth's toxic atmosphere has turned everyone into zombies. What the hell? Did Greenpeace write this? Nintendo 64 was supposed to have evolved past censorship. On the 64, we had violent Mortal Kombat games, bad violent Mortal Kombat games, and gory schlocky stuff like War Gods. So what's the problem? These polygon counts are so low, you could barely tell they're supposed to be people anyway. Look at this thing. When playing, the controls are actually not terrible. The braking is effective and the handbrake is nice. The camera can be bad at times, but that's typical for a lot of these early 3D.
Haven't we all collectively like gotten bored of this style of like video game video where he is explaining a D-list level Nintendo 64 game, a system that came out almost 30 years ago. He's breaking down in great detail a D-list game from a almost 30-year-old system. Like, we've seen a million of these types of videos already, like collectively. I know my audience has, because you guys are pretty much all around the same age as me. So it's like, why would he think that this is still like content that people would want to watch? Because clearly he's not still watching other video game YouTubers, because if he was, he would have seen some kind of an evolution, you would think. It's like, bro, nobody, like, this shtick is so over. It's so old. Like, nobody is going to go play Carmageddon 64. And if they are, like, it's probably because they bought some game lot on eBay, accidentally got that game or something. Like, why are you? And it's not even like the AVGN where he's like, making jokes about how shitty, the controls are, or the gameplay mechanics, or like the obstacles or whatever. Like, Pat's just like talking about the game like a human instruction manual, as if we're all going to go out and buy this game. Like, man, we need to hear what Pat has to say about, because like, I really want to go out and buy Carmageddon 64. So I need someone to really give me the skinny on the gameplay of this fucking like 30-year-old fucking game. It's so it's beyond stupid. It's a gamer word that you can't really say these days, or I can anyway. You guys can say it all you want.
Games. If you mess up during the races, which happens a lot, credits can be used to recover your car with L, while R is used to repair vehicle damage, which you'll constantly be doing. The best way to finish races is to quickly destroy your opponents. If you do this, afterwards you can repair those vehicles and then use them, which is
I think it's restarted. Like when you restart the power on something, it's restarted.
nice. Different cars, vans, and trucks can be fun, but the game doesn't tell you their strengths and weaknesses, and some are a pain to drive. And no, I'm not buying the $144 manual in good condition from someone named Squirmy Wormy to find out. Spoilers, it's not in there anyway. The graphics are bland and the textures are blah, but let's talk about that hardcore electronic soundtrack. Thankfully, it can be turned down, but maybe it's your thing.
That's really funny. That's like you're at your girlfriend's dad's house and he's like had too much to drink and he wants to show his daughter's boyfriend that he's like fun, you know? Like I used to be fun too. I used to be a silly guy. Look at me get silly. Yeah, I've had a little too many tequila shots, but see how I'm being funny and goofy right now? That's definitely Pat's. That's his whole ass vibe. But I mean, this is peak dad right here.
Most Carmageddon 64 races devolve into a boring demolition derby where you're constantly running into your opponents. But this becomes ridiculous to do when the other cars fall into water, but it's still slightly more interesting than racing through the checkpoints. But the game is now a slow motion boring demolition derby.
What's this? We got a $14 from Canada, which is worth 50 cents here in the US. No, I'm just joking. Critique is an awkward fetish. Hacks manifest relevancy by irritating communities of niche talents. Your talent makes hacks relevant. Pat should be paying you. Well, I don't know. I don't think you guys are going to go out and watch his stuff after watching this video. Just like I don't think you guys would go out and watch Rich's stoner stream or Boogie's documentary, although I recommend that. That's just because the director did a really good job on that one. And Boogie is a lol cow for sure. Like there's plenty to be milked from him still. But I don't know. I don't think people after watching my streams, I don't think people go out and like watch these people's content because of me. I think they just watch it in the context of me watching it with you guys, and then that's kind of the end of it once the stream ends. God, I ate so much fucking Mexican food like 2 or 3 hours ago. I'm so gassy now.
This is most of the experience, just backing into your opponents at the start of the race and then wasting them one by one. What's really being wasted is my time. The computer AI is so terrible. They almost never try to complete a race to win.
Good night,
they just
Kira.
try to run into your car wherever you may be. But if one opponent gets away, they can be tough to track down. And having no ability to see the course map, like you can on the PC version, stinks. And since you get bonus credits in time every time you hit an opponent or every time you do a stunt, it's almost impossible to lose most races. But the challenge ramps up in the ridiculous missions that become...
Oh yeah, the Logan Paul Mike Tyson fights. Isn't that happening tonight? Has it already happened? Jesus Christ. That's gonna be... I'm gonna have to look at the highlights from that shit, man. I wonder who's gonna win.
Platformers. Yeah, platforming in a racing game. This stage has you try to destroy satellites by jumping between buildings to get at them. It's the most stressful thing you can imagine. The hell? It gets even worse in this stage where you have to destroy all the mines in this car amusement park that has ramps and loop-de-loops. You have to be perfect to hit some of these.
Oh, okay. This is where the pulse is at. Thank you for that. Yeah. This is what's really going down, guys. Watching me, watching a semi-washed up YouTuber's review of Carmageddon. That's way more compelling than Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I mean, I'm obviously not watching the fight, so there you go.
And that's nearly impossible in the time allotted, especially since it's all trial and error. Oh no, try again. I promise that was dumb luck. Oh, you hard driving piece of shit. Look at this jump. There's no way to do this with skill. In this stage, you have to make a jump to somehow get to the top of that air traffic control tower. For real? I tried 40 times and I never got close.
Dude, his heart is so not in this shit at all. Like he's he's summoning his best James Rolfe right now, but he's just, his heart is not in this content at all. It's like so fucking obvious. Listen to any of the early AVGNs and listen to how James just tears into a video game with like so much anger that he's actually making the VU meter on his recorder peak because he's yelling so loud. Like, it was so believable. And this is, oh my God, this is just so bad, bro. So bad.
Yeah, there are power-ups and abilities you can find all over the open stages. Oh wow, turbo boost. But it's all a cherry on top of a moldy lunchly.
I'm a big fan of the Carmageddon series, so it's very disappointing that this port is so bad. I even own a copy of Carmageddon 2 Carpocalypse Now, sealed!
Oh, the gimmick where he goes, sealed! And it's all echoey, and it's got a I'm ashamed of myself that I know that. I'm ashamed that I know that ongoing joke that he has.
Sealed? Sealed? Alright, what's next? Scared the crap out of me. I said no scary stuff.
I'm assuming this is flashing back to some like earlier video he did talking about Castlevania, because like I think he skips this game. So like I can't be bothered enough to like look that up, but he's doing like this crossfade video thing here of some earlier thing, I'm guessing, that is equally not funny. So yeah, I guess that's what that's about.
I think I'll skip this one for obvious reasons.
Oh man, we got a good Pat cuck face coming up. Be ready to fucking screenshot this shit, because he holds this just awful looking face for a really long time. And by the way, like this might sound a little gay on my part, but I think Pat looked way more like viewable to my eyeballs when he didn't have that stupid curly, like, he's so proud of that curly hair that he just, if you look at his like earlier videos where he just has like his hair shorter and it's like more straight and it doesn't have this like Chef Boyardee like fucking Olive Garden Italian ass looking shit going on like he does now, like, I don't know, I think he should cut his fucking hair and dye it blue and be gay like me.
All right, a Power Rangers game. It's morphin' time!
He holds this for an uncomfortable amount of time, by the way, but yeah. Bro. What is wrong with his face? Why does he look... He looks like a character at a wax museum. He just looks like a fucking... Like some weird animatronic thing you'd see at Chuck E. Cheese. Like, that is not a normal looking face, bro. That's so funny how he holds it for a long time like that. So cringe. That's the face he made when he found out about his dad.
Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue, developed by Mass Media and published by THQ in 2000. We start with the TV show's theme song, but the audio is super compressed. And where are the vocals? The PlayStation version has the full theme song and video from the TV show to get you hyped.
I was in college when this show first came on.
We start with some high school art stills to tell us the game's story, and all right. The first stage. Oh boy. You start as the Yellow Ranger trying to eliminate goo by firing some energy bolt from your hands and from your... Wait, what? Crunch Magic! 。
Oh man, this is like really bad.
The textures are so bad, they look like placeholders. That's not the only weird thing. How about this doofy-ass run? So after this obscenely easy stage, there's a side-scrolling vehicle one, where the player controls a fire engine rescue ranger vehicle, putting out cars that are on fire. Well, there's a lot here. Must be a Tesla dealership nearby. Oh, it's funny, because their cars burn up. The people yelling for help.
Oh, bro, you just had to explain why your own joke was funny. That's good. That's a good sign, Pat. That's a really good sign. It's a really good sign, buddy.
Are way too happy that their car is on fire with them inside of it. All right, I'm being cooked alive.
So in chat, we have this debate of like whether Ian could beat the shit out of Pat. Dude, I feel like you remember that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob like goes to do some like some lifts, some curls. And he's got like one of those barbells and he's got like stuffed animals on either side because like that's how weak he is. I feel like that's what Ian's arms are probably like. I don't think Ian has lifted something over 20 pounds since he quit Luna Video Games. Pat, to my knowledge, does some kind of a fitness routine. So, I mean, if we're being real, Pat could probably kick Ian's ass.
Check out what happens if you accidentally bump into a vehicle. What? Come on. Insurance premiums must suck in this city. Then there's a first-person Megazord battle where the player just spams missiles at the enemy. If you get close, you can also spam punch the dude. There are power-ups too, but this is just sad. It's like the equivalent of an Atari 2600 game in 3D.
Atari? Combat? Combat.
This is how the game cycles. There are stages running around where you have to eliminate or destroy items or rescue dummies who don't run away for some reason, while you deal with simple enemies that come at you. These alternate with the side-scrolling vehicle stages and the one-on-one Megazord battles. However, almost no stage provides any true challenge or makes you think at all. In particular, the stages on foot are incredibly easy, especially with all the health pickups and power-ups. So there is little...
I mean, if you want my opinion, I don't think anybody in the entire AVGN cinematic universe, I'm talking like James, Mike, Screenwave, Nostalgia Critic, Pat the NES Punk, I don't think a single one of those guys could fight or have perhaps ever been in a fight. So, I mean, that just goes across the board. I think Bootsy might have been the only one out of all those people who might actually be able to handle himself in some one-on-one combat.
Little chance of failure unless you have the reaction time of a ground sloth. No offense to any sloths out there.
Maybe I can challenge myself by completing the stage by killing only when necessary. Kind of like a Power Rangers Jedi.
Josh, did you like Dreamcast? Yeah, I loved Dreamcast. It had some good games on it. Some games that like people don't really talk about. MDK2 was and still is like up there. It's one of my more favorite kind of action adventure games. They had some of the best ports of Tony Hawk at the time. Tony Hawk 1 and 2. I feel like Tony Hawk 2 on Dreamcast is like the premier way to play Tony Hawk 2 before, you know, Xbox and all that came and just dominated. Yeah, I loved the Dreamcast. Not as much as Dreamcast guy loves the Dreamcast, but I still liked it a lot.
Oh my god, is that Grimace? The reason the Mets had such a magical season this year? No, I can't harm him! Grimace, stay away! No, Grimace! Why did you kamikaze me? No wonder the Mets lost in the playoffs.
There are also a few third-person hovercraft stages thrown in where you shoot at enemies and retrieve objects, but it is so lifeless that I wish I were playing Carmageddon 64 again. So this continues with bland stage after bland stage for seemingly forever. This game is so boring and way too easy. This is Fisher-Price, my first N64 game. And Lightspeed Rescue isn't so bad that it can be entertaining in that way. It's just so blah. You know what's incredible? A game based upon a show that...
Oh yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was really good on the Dreamcast. Again, Xbox kind of like came in and they kind of pulled like a Nintendo Switch where like Xbox kind of re-released a lot of the games that were on Dreamcast for some reason. MDK2, to my knowledge, Jesus, I'm sorry. Gassy. MDK2, to my knowledge, which is a fucking hidden gem. Metal Jesus here. That was only remastered on their online store. There's been no physical copy, and that game was so good, and it was funny, and it was like witty, and like you played as like you had 3 characters that you would cycle through, and each level you were like a different character, and it was a different set. I might fucking play that game, actually, the more I think about it. That game's a really fucking good game.
That features martial arts does not have you use martial arts to defeat enemies, just crotch magic. The PlayStation version does have beat 'em up elements, and while it doesn't look amazing, it at least gets that right. Here's the final stage. Spoilers, there is no strategy nor challenge at all. Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue might have been impressive as a tech demo on the Ultra 64 prototype in 1995, but for the Nintendo 64 in the year 2000, it's a disgrace.
All right. These totally random Nintendo 64 games have ruined my Halloween. I mean, I know a little bit about the...
I mean, you released this video nowhere near Halloween. I mean, maybe... I don't know. They've ruined my Halloween. Like, the acting, again, just impeccable.
Console, but I'm the NES punk. If only there was a reasonably priced resource that can help me learn about every N64
Now he's going to shill his book.
game.
Wolf Daddy has the answer.
Oh no, not you again!
It's Ultimate Nintendo Guide to the N64 Library. This book contains reviews of all 400 Nintendo 64 games, hardware section,
Brett Weiss wrote every single review in this book.
controller variants, console variants, N64 DD reviews, N64 history articles, and much more. Order yours at ultimatenintendo.com. Tell them Wolf Daddy sent you.
Oh, you think that's Pat's body? I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think that's Pat. I don't know. He's a little too like light-skinned, I guess, because Pat's kind of more the Mediterranean complexion because he's Italian. I don't know. I really don't want to speculate whose middle-aged torso that is, though, because either way, it's not. I mean, I'm one to fucking talk, you know, but yeah. Anyway.
A crummy commercial? Son of a bitch!
You know you want this.
Don't look directly at the audience, Wolf Daddy.
Sorry, Pat. It's for the ladies.
Alright, well, this has still been not as weird as some.
What a like disgust. If that is Pat, like what a disgusting backdoor way to like kind of be like, hey, just in case I have any female followers whatsoever, like this is what I look like shirtless. You know, just DM me in the chats, ladies. You never know. You might have a chance with this, you know, San Francisco moving and shaking book writing YouTuber. Just DM me on the Twitter, ladies.
My past Halloween videos. I'll see you next time.
What the hell is the Amico? That's not sexy.
Your pecs look like ripened pumpkins.
Ugh. Is he doing an outtakes right now? If this is an outtakes, it's like, bro, you think so fucking highly of yourself. Like, fans are clamoring. Please, Pat, give us some behind the scenes on the making of these hilariously important video game reviews to add to the social discussion.
Ugh, this blow pop is probably 8 years old. What's wrong with me? This isn't Cruising USA. This is Cruising my bunghole.
Oh my god. Did that really make him like crack up? Oh, I'm so glad I don't make video like I take that back. I want to make video game content, but I just want to like play it straight. I don't want to like try to be funny like I did in my early YouTube videos that are, by the way, pretty equally cringe as this. I mean, if you don't believe me, we can pull one up. I don't think anyone wants that, but yeah, like my early attempts, like I did the same shit. I tried to make little jokes. I tried to be funny. I would argue some of my jokes were funnier, but yeah, I'm just glad I don't have to do this anymore. Like, as far as like, damn, I gotta think of skits in the video to, oh god, yeah, that was such a pain because I didn't like doing it, you know, like JonTron likes doing it, and that's why he's good at it, or he used to be. I don't know. I haven't really laughed much at stuff he's put out, but he's still, heads and shoulders above Pat. Certain Doug Walker really likes doing the skits. James at one point liked to do them, but then it felt very, very, very forced, and it's, that's how it's felt ever since. But like these fucking little skits in video game reviews is just, again, dated to me.
This isn't Cruising USA. This is Cruising My Taint.
Dude, this guy's bar for what's funny is so like that of like a 10-year-old, if even. Like, Jesus Christ. All right, well, that's one down. Let me read the comments here before we go into his fucking Amico Christmas special. Giving myself some hardcore, some solid abuse tonight. Yeah, same joke. He's a middle-aged grown man saying that. Yep. We need the bulge, bro. Yeah. Sadly, I did notice that he seemed to have that going on. I'm telling you, that was a little sneaky thing that he threw in at the end for the ladies. The one or two single, 5 or 6 lady that might be watching his channel. Hit him up in his DMs. Never know. He'll probably respond. Millennial Tomb. I watched your old Apple video the other day. It was okay. Yeah, that Apple video is a good example of me kind of trying to be funny. Although I was just starting to like shoehorn humor into my shit a little less by then, but not really, because I think I went on to do some other shit that was kind of cringe. John Tron is a Nick Fuentes fan. Yeah, John Tron also went on that live stream with Destiny and said that America needs to like stay white or some shit like that. Like, I mean, bro, whatever your fucking personal opinions are, that's cool, but like, don't go on a live stream that like, I don't know, that hundreds of thousands of people are going to be watching, and your whole brand is like, I'm a jokester, I make jokes. And you go on someone's fucking, this big YouTuber stream, and you're like, I think the U.S. should remain white, and we shouldn't be diluting it with all these other people. So it doesn't really surprise me that John Tron would be a Nick Fuentes fan. But, if he puts out the funny, I don't really give a fuck what his views are. As long as he's not, like, advocating for, like, I don't know. I'm not even going to say anything because it's just going to go down a fucking weird road whenever you go down that direction of speaking. Mega Bob. Yeah, whole thing was just an ad read for his book, let's be honest. Yeah, I kind of agree that, like, that was a big impetus for putting out this video. Like, he needed another avenue to kind of advertise his book to people who might not listen to the podcast, or they might not watch his standalone video about him hawking his book. So yeah, I definitely think that this was just another outlet to advertise, probably. What am I drinking tonight? I'm drinking a Michelob Ultra, what I normally always drink. He should have done a Marquise and drove his Lambo 90 in a 30 zone. People be talking about this guy. Was it Marquise Brown or something like that? He reviews tech. Reviews tech. USA, baby. Didn't he get into some kind of shit recently or something? I don't know how a guy who only reviews technology gets into drama. Like, what? How do you fuck that up? Like, you literally don't even have to have a personality. Just give people the information, and that's it. And you manage to fuck up still? Yeah, Wes Smith. Why would anyone want his book when you could just look up gameplay and reviews on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, I agree, but there are some people who are really into, like, having physical copies of, like, reference material that you can, like, comb through. It's the same argument can be made about, like, why would someone collect vinyl when you could just stream it online? It's like, some people like having the physical thing, I get that. But, I mean, you are right, though, at the end of the day. Okay, anyway. I guess let's move on. So, like I said, I think this next one. I think this was Pat's victory lap when he was like really like dunking on Tommy Tallarico. You know, I will say Pat and Ian 100% get the W for their take on the Amico. They had been calling it from the beginning, and they ended up being 100% right. I think they did some pretty good detective work as far as like on their podcast, staying on top of the new developments and basically just choreographing the whole downfall of, you know, the Amico when you still had like sycophants out there. Like anytime I talk about the Amico, shit gets really weird. Like people start getting weird about it. Like Tommy's, whatever little notoriety Tommy had, he like really inspired a lot of YouTubers with like no subscribers, because he'd go on their nothing channel and he would interview that. Like if Tommy was still hawking the Amico, he would easily come on my YouTube channel and talk to me. Like he would literally go on. I saw him go on someone's channel, and I think the dude was only in like the triple digits of subscribers, which for someone like Tommy Tallarico, who had supposedly so much industry experience, and he did all that work on the Earthworm Jim soundtrack supposedly and all that, like this big industry guy like appearing on someone's YouTube channel, and they got like 250 subscribers. Something ain't right about that. That was one of my first. I was like, something ain't right about that. You don't do that unless you are desperate to get the word out. Like if you got a good product, you don't have to shill it all that much. And if you are shilling it, you're going on the H3 podcast. You're going on fucking, I don't know, like any other big YouTubers who have podcasts out there that's not coming to mind. But you don't go to fucking, I don't know. I mean, he was on Review Tech USA's channel when Review Tech was pretty relevant. And I think that probably signal boosted a little bit. Anyway, the whole thing crashed and burned. And this is kind of Pat's victory lap, kind of like being like, nah, boo-boo, bitch. I proved you guys wrong, and I was right. And I think that's basically what the context of this next video is. Yeah, your mom's house, or fucking Two Bears, One Cave, whatever the fuck. I seriously hate Bert Kreischer with a passion. I think he's like one of the most insufferable human beings ever. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's just a me thing. All right. Oh, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Pat's head is unusually fucking large in this next video. So prepare yourself for that. That's something that is kind of shocking to behold. His head is unusually large in comparison to his body, and he just looks like a fucking perverted old uncle. It's mainly when he's wearing his blue sweater and he's got his fucking afro on full blast. Let's see what's going on here.
I'm not in the best mood this holiday season. Money has been tight, and I've made some bad decisions.
This isn't the specific example. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the example.
But I still hope I can do a nice review for you, Paul. Hello?
Patrick, don't be late for Christmas dinner this year. I'm counting on you for the Struffoli. You gotta come through.
Bad news, Frank. I don't think I can afford it this year.
Oh, yeah. This was also a commentary on the Gerard, the completionist, stowing away all that money and not actually giving it to any kind of charity. He does some kind of a send-up on that as well.
It's about $180 to have it shipped from an authentic Italian bakery back east. And I blew money on a sealed Mario 64, and then I just made an even worse decision.
Now, Frank's a civilian. I won't be talking any shit about Frank. He's not involved in this as far as I'm concerned. I think Frank's probably a good person.
I invested in a bad tech product.
2 years in a row without Struffoli? What's going on with you? What dumb thing did you invest in?
In television.
You invested in television? What's wrong with you? TVs have been around since before I was born. I got a really cheap one at Best Buy for $200, And they threw in a...
Oh yeah, no, I'm well aware that Pat was really good friends with Gerard. Gerard, yeah, he would come over to Pat's house and help him with his NES marathons and all that, and he kind of rolled over on his friend pretty quickly there. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, everyone's gonna prod you about it. Everyone's gonna be like, "Yo, man, why aren't you saying anything about Gerard? Are you protecting him?" Like, Pro Jared came out to defend Gerard, and it like quickly blew up in his face.
VCR!
Not in television, in television. You know what, Frank?
Yeah, I'd rather watch Frank act any day of the week over Pat.
Just forget it.
Always dropping the ball on the Strufoli. You stink. That kid is so dumb when it comes to technology. Oh, that reminds me.
I got a chortle. I got a chortle out of Frank. A chortle being a So he got one of those out of me, all right?
I got to set my VCR for the Ancient Alien holiday special.
Oh God, Ancient Aliens, Jesus! I did a whole fucking video about that fucking 8 years ago. Oh yeah, there was some heavy man, there was some heavy like doing skits. I'm telling you, man, if you go back in my channel back far enough, you will find plenty of videos of me doing comedy skits and trying to be funny, just like all these other people were. But I gave up on that because I realized that I don't have to do that to get people to watch my shit. I just have to be like myself and authentic, and people like that a lot more.
How could I have blown all that money on a failed investment? I'm smarter than that, right? I know things. Well, there's a long story here. It all started back when I discovered a new game console idea.
The Intellivision Amico. Initially, I was skeptical of a new console based upon one that was forgotten 40 years ago. I was also concerned that the CEO of this company trying to launch this game console, Tommy Tallarico, did not have the proper business experience necessary to develop and launch a viable video game console.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think I've all those things he just said. Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I heard the details about this shit.
I put out a video voicing my concerns.
Guys!
This video, this right here, Pat looks so fucking weird in this video, and his fucking acting is so fucking god-awful cringe. I know I overused that word, but there's no other word I can think of, dude. This shit's so painful.
I have to tell you, I don't quite see the Intellivision Amico working out. It was never as popular as Atari, and, you know, it's just not something.
What is he doing? Guys, I don't see it working out, because why is he doing this, like, nebbishy, like, Jewish guy? Like, I don't know if it's gonna work out. I don't... I'd maybe try. I don't know. I just don't see it like so fucking bad.
I see being successful.
But boy, Intellivision Amico fans were not happy with that video.
The NES punk. Enough is enough.
I was on that guy's podcast or YouTube channel, Max Madness, something like that. I was on his YouTube channel. He interviewed me about my band. He was a nice guy. For a while there, when my channel was smaller, I thought I was gonna get like accepted into their bosom, because they were like a little network of people, of content creators, and I thought they liked me, and then I kind of never heard from them again after I did that one interview. I don't know, well, no, the guy still comments on my shit from time to time, so I don't know, but you know, I kept carrying on, but yeah, that guy went after Pat pretty hardcore.
Enough with this Amico hate. Don't just be a hater.
I was criticized.
Pat the NES punk, the hate that you are pouring onto the Intellivision Amico is crazy. You have not proven yourself in the world of business in the same way that Tommy Tallarico has. Just look at net worth for a start.
People like Pat the NES punk have an axe to grind with Tommy Tallarico. I mean, have you seen his videos? Tommy Tallarico has more money than Pat. He has a mansion. Tommy Tallarico,
those are some poor arguments, I will say, of these. Although I'm sure Pat like cherry picked like the worst takes to put in this video to make his case look that. What was that, straw manning? I forget what logical fallacy that is.
who's up living the fat life,
I was attacked.
All right, so what's your hottest of hot takes there, Cupcake?
I don't quite see the Intellivision
I
Amico
don't quite see the like, what is that? Somebody explain to me what that is.
working out. It was never as popular as Atari, and
Learn to speak, dude.
now I know a lot about retro games, but
Sounds like he's choking on a cake. What's his problem?
Learn to talk. Learn to speak already.
I just don't see it selling well today. In fact, I probably don't see them selling anything close to 1 million units. I just don't see it happening.
Miss Dislike. He's stuck in the 2015 era YouTube where you put on Persona. It's cringe. Yeah, exactly. It's cringe today. It was probably all right in 2015, which is when I first started my YouTube channel. In 2025, I will have been on YouTube for 10 fucking years, and am way less successful than Pat, the NES punk. So let that sink in. Yeah.
I will pay you $200, Pat, if the Intellivision Amico does not sell over 1 million copies within its first year. And I've done some research on this, and it's going to be a close call.
I was even called a fraud by a very honest, totally secure, and confident man.
You kind of exposed yourself as a fraud. Tommy had Guinness Book of World Record plaques just sitting on the...
Smash JT. I feel like he got into some other shit with God, who was it? There was some other YouTuber that Smash JT got into some shit with, or someone got into shit with him. I don't remember. Whatever.
ground of his house because he didn't have room to put him up. The way you're approaching this is beyond childish, and that is disgusting.
Was it possible I was wrong? So I started doing my own research, and I watched some great quality Amico videos from bright individuals. And it really started to tell a different story of a brilliant video game console idea.
I think Intellivision Amico is going to shock people. I think people are way underestimating Tommy, and I think that is going to shock people, how good it is.
But then something crazy happened.
Tommy Tallarico, the CEO of Intellivision and a
Alyssa Mercante. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Keep playing this stupid music, Pat. Josh, Pat proven his way right, but is he no better than Tommy? This dude is high off his success in this case and is just the chameleon console high again. I mean, yeah, I guess you could make that argument, but when so many people are making videos criticizing you and saying that you're dead wrong, and then you end up being like dead right. I don't know. I'm pretty petty myself. I would probably make a video about it as well. So I don't blame him for that, but I do blame him for his lack of acting ability, lack of any humor, and just overall mid status.
Veritable video game industry icon contacted me, little old me, and said he wanted to hang out and share some insider info with me. He even picked me up in his sports car. Wow, maybe Tommy really is living that fat life. Someone picking me up in their car must mean they think I'm important and I'm special.
Thanks for driving me, Tommy. You have such a great car. Having a car like this must mean you know how to run a video game company. Wow, I'm in a sports car. I can't be having critical thoughts right now. Does this mean we're friends now, Tommy?
Then I got to tour the Intellivision offices, and I felt like a big boy. I even met Nick, the CFO. Later, we did an interview, and I fell in love with the Intellivision Amico concept.
Intellivision
Get ready for some more really cringe Pat faces on this portion here.
Amico is a brand new video game console where all we care about is simple, fun to play, pick up and play games for the entire family. We want to bring video gaming back into the living room.
People playing video games together in the same room? Ingenious! Tommy, since we're now officially friends, I went and I bought us 2 tickets to Disney on Ice. Will you tell everyone right now who's watching that you'll go with me?
No, I wouldn't say that publicly, no.
Could you at least pick me up?
Someone in the Discord, he's got the gay eyes. Think he might be gay. He does have the gay eyes. That's what it is. I couldn't put my finger on it. Pat has the gay eyes. Holy shit, that was funny.
in your Ferrari, we can go out for a pizza. On me. You know, we're both East Coast Italians, paisans.
Well, that's a silly question.
You know, Pat's always like harping on being Italian. It's part of his personality. I won't say it's his entire personality, but it's definitely a part of his personality. I would like to know the percentage of Italian that Pat is, because his dad is a cracker ass. His dad is a bald white man. I don't remember what video it was where he showed his dad or whatever, the alleged PDF file, but alleged, not saying he is. I don't know. Just in case anybody clips this. But yeah, his dad's white. No idea what the ethnic breakdown of his mom is, but for him to be clinging to this Italian, I'm a quarter Italian. I probably look to you as not 100% Caucasian because I'm a quarter. My mom's very, on the dark-skinned tonality. My dad is a cracker ass as well, English, Scottish, Irish, whatever. But yeah, my mom's real dark. I guess, was it? I don't know shit about Italy, first of all. Nothing about Italy or the Italian-American thing made it into my family. I'm thinking me and Pat are the same percentage of Italian. So, like, I don't know. He really like brings that up a lot. And it's just like, that's so fucking annoying when people do that, when Americans do that. Americans love, like, when they're basically like a boring mix of European, if they're white and they're just a boring mix of European, mainly. There's not one real predominating, like, ethnicity, but maybe they have, like, 1/4 Cherokee. They're like, oh, I'm Native American, bro. I'm Cherokee. My family's Cherokee. Some motherfucker told me that the other day, fucking blue eyes, light skin, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up. You're just a boring ass white dude, just like the rest of us. It's, you know what, like, if you want to be interesting, go to another country. Guess what? Now you're an American in another country. You're interesting. Sorry, went on a little tangent there. It just annoys me when people take one small percentage of whatever they are, and they're like, oh yeah, bro, I'm Irish. I'm Irish, so I can drink you under the table because, that's just my Irish blood. It's like, oh, God. You got to be at least half whatever it is for me to, like, count that shit. Like, you got to be at least half whatever, meaning one parent of yours is full-blooded, say, German. So I'm half German, then fine, wear your lederhosen. Yeah, again, that was a fucking tangent there. Yes, this is Josh's therapy. I'm coping right now.
So I ended up going to Disney on Ice alone. But then a great idea hit me. There's money to be made. I could invest in the Intellivision Amico. This is a disruptor. I could get in early. I mean, a lot of YouTubers were saying the Amico was a great idea, and YouTubers are never wrong about this stuff.
This console looks really cool.
It's drawing me even closer to really wanting to buy the system when it gets released.
There is steak with that sizzle, I'm here to tell you.
It is absolutely freaking awesome, guys.
They have a team of amazing people behind the console.
Just having Tommy behind the Intellivision Amico gives me a lot of confidence.
Is that Thweet and Tenda Hooligans lover Brett Weiss there? Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out like that, bro. But you do kind of like, you kind of do like smell that guy's balls a little bit. Yeah, see, I knew it. Confirmed.
In it. So I'm really excited about the Intellivision Amico.
And I think the Amico is going to be a hit.
And I think they're going to make a lot of people interested in this system.
It's going to become
RGT85, ugh.
the best-selling console of all time.
People will line up to buy it.
Sign me the heck up.
The Amico, I believe, it's going to be amazing.
Intellivision's there, and it's going to get popular because of that reason, because everyone's going to say, F the man, dude, check out Amico.
So sexy. Getting so pumped up for this, guys.
It's going to blow their minds. This thing is going to sell like gangbusters. I'm excited. I am on Team Amico.
It's such a cool idea, right?
But I was still on the fence. But do you know what settled it? Remember that nice guy who called me a fraud? Turns out that he invested $10,000 in the Amico And he's a straight shooter and super smart and stable. The guy even sold the shirt off his back to afford the investment. That's dedication.
This should prove all those haters wrong. I love this thing. I put $10,000.
I like John Riggs. I watch his videos. I don't have a problem with Metal Jesus, although some people do. They call him an e-beggar. I haven't really seen that personally. I mean, I'm sure I could look into it. I don't know. I've always just enjoyed Metal Jesus' content. It's like, you want to talk about the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, like the Boogie. I'd say like Metal Jesus is like the Mr. Rogers of like the video gaming sphere. He's just like this friendly little fucker. Well, he's not little. He's like 6'5". But yeah, I like John Riggs' content. RGB, whatever its fucking name is, 85. He just gets on my fucking nerves, dude. Like his personality, and he's so unprofessional. Like, and he like uses the raw. Like he tries. He's like fucking Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. That's the best way I can describe RGT 85. He's like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. He'll try to like use phrases, and like he words things all the time, and like there's been times where his like audio isn't synced to his video, and it's like, dude, how many years have you been doing this and you still can't even figure out basic things? He was on the Spawnwave podcast for a while, and he was just an obnoxious jackass for the most part. Like he'd breathe into the mic constantly, or he'd like be eating food into the mic. I don't know. The dude just comes off to me as like a true slob. Like I think he would fit right in with Screenwave, because like he is truly like a slobby individual. That's just how he comes off. I don't know. He could be a cool guy in person for all I fucking know, but he just generally gets on my fucking nerves.
There's cash into the project.
So I thought maybe I should put in my money too. So I set up a meeting with Nick, the Intellivision CFO, to ask him some final questions before giving over my money.
We are operating in a very niche market at the moment. It will probably over the next, couple of years have very little impact on everything else going on in the gaming industry. So
I'm a bit more optimistic. I think selling Amigos will be as easy as shooting prairie dogs in a barrel.
People can have an opinion that this thing is stupid and sucks. That's fine. But don't try to censor other people who have their opinions. It's just not cool, and I just hope that we don't see more of that.
I certainly agree with that, Nick. We should all be open to criticism and others' opinions. By the way, does that door behind you say Amico Hater Dungeon?
It's crazy.
But for some reason, I still wasn't comfortable investing. But I felt crazy because these were some good and honest people. You had Nick, you had Tommy, and what about what all those smart and trustworthy YouTubers were saying?
I am biased. I hope this system succeeds. Perhaps I'm a bit of a shill, but I proudly wear that as I do this shirt.
I researched the Amico. I went to meet Tommy and the team multiple times. I've played this hands-on multiple times.
So I finally invested some serious cash. But soon after, things started to unravel. First, the Amico was delayed not once, but twice. And then even stranger things started to happen.
First, Tommy tried to show the console powering on, but it took nearly a full minute to boot up to the menu screen. In another video, Tommy, again he's the CEO, used a controller with inverted controls, but then claimed it was purposely done to fool a couple of dumb podcasters. I mean, who cares about loser podcasters? But in reality, Tommy did it to try and hide awful controller lag. Then there was a disastrous E3 presentation video.
That's pretty fucking slimy, dude, honestly, on Tommy's part. Like, holy shit.
Featuring Tommy bragging about his past accomplishments, stock photos with photoshopped Amico controllers, and games featured included free web browser games, free mobile games, and demos for games that probably hadn't been worked on in a long time.
Why the fuck were people, like, honestly, why were people so gassed up about this system to begin with? Like, from the very first review, or from the first interview that Tommy did with Rich from Review Tech USA like 8 years ago or whatever that I watched. I remember watching that. I think I was playing like Resident Evil 5 to paint the picture for you. and I was listening to it, and I was just like, this doesn't, like, I don't think an independent kind of like an indie company can like make all this happen. Like, I don't think they can bring this to fruition, you know, because he was just talking about like the games were going to be like what, $5 or $10, and it was going to be exclusive 2D games or some shit like that were only playable on Amico. And I mean, it sounded kind of cool, but then like the release date was like 4 or 5 years in the future, and it was just like, so I forgot about it. And in the meantime, like, all these fucking people got this raging hard on for this thing, like it was like the Super Nintendo Part 2 or something.
Soon after, Tommy threatened a journalist with a lawsuit on Twitter for reporting about the console and saying it was similar in specs to a 2016 Android phone. But the journalist legally obtained that information from Intellivision's developer portal website, which was available via a Google search. And then Intellivision released a gameplay reveal video for Battle Tanks, or Tank Battle, but the game was using stolen art and pictures. When they were called out on it, Intellivision claimed it was placeholder graphics and re-uploaded the same video 3 times in order to hide the stolen assets.
Yeah, I would say that this is probably Pat's magnum opus as far as his Pat the NES Punk character is concerned.
Intellivision also held a few demo events open to the public, but these sketchy events were not usually advertised more than a day or two before they happened. Worse, these events were used to create videos to attract investors. They featured fanboys of the CEO wearing Amico shirts and allegedly included testimonials from several actors and investors, and it was never disclosed, something that is not ethical and certainly not legal. But then it somehow got even worse. Intellivision started selling physical games, physical products, their words, for a console that no longer had a realistic release date. These products consisted of cheap RFID hotel-type keycards, and it was claimed that the games activated by them were NFTs, which there was no proof of, but whatever, small detail. Each game box included a lenticular card and a cheap coin. Again, Intellivision sold these physical products, knowing that the console to access and play the games from them might never be released. A scummy, scammy move, but dummies still bought them.
Can you believe these? I should probably point out that it's not clear if each of these 8 physical product games was ever finished. Well, we know 2 probably were. You see, Finnegan Fox is a reskin of a 2018 game called Fox and Forest, and Evel Knievel was a 2016 mobile game that was free. I should probably also mention that they forced you to buy these in packs of 4 for $80 each.
And he bought them, I guess, for this video. That's a bit of a stretch, but I'm sure he made his ad revenue off this video to reimburse himself.
But wait, it gets worse.
In a desperate attempt to get fresh investors to keep their company surviving, since it was bleeding cash, Intellivision released a sham console unboxing video where they pretended to open a retail Amico console box, but it was obviously a mocked-up one-off with a handmade prototype system inside. In the video, you can see the engineer going...
You see, when he's not trying to be funny, and he's just like, kind of like, exposing some bullshit, and he's not like really throwing in any jokes, it's so much more palatable for me to listen to and to like somewhat enjoy. Then again, I am a little petty. I do love my drama, and this video is kind of a drama video, but I digress.
Through their circa 1999 menu. Whoa, different language options. Keen. There were other weird things, like a misspelling on the quick start guide. That's probably not a big deal, though. They just misspelled the word Intellivision, the name of their company. Christ. At this point, it's safe to say that the Amico is dead, and Intellivision was dishonest about how far along the console development was, deceptive to investors and the public about who was still working with the company, deceitful about the console release dates and the reasons for the delays, dishonest about some of the games being worked on for the console, and more. Huge amounts of money have been wasted due to bad decisions and incompetence. Most of the employees have been laid off, and the Intellivision offices are now closed, with Tommy being personally sued for over $100,000 due to defaulting on payments for the office furniture. Meanwhile, customers that pre-ordered the console are screwed, while investors seeking answers have been stonewalled.
I told you that long and sad story to better
I do wish Pat would take those stupid fucking Christmas lights off his head, though. It's like really bothering me a lot.
Explain how monumentally bad my investment was and why I can't afford Strufoli this year. But I gotta take my mind off it.
No, don't go back to the Strufoli bit. Please, you were doing so good without throwing in any of your comedic quote-unquote bits.
So let's review a holiday NES game. A totally random one. Let's look at Snow Brothers.
Snow Brothers, originally in
Oh, now he's going to review a fucking... I forgot that he did this. He's going to actually review an NES game. All right, well, we were doing pretty good here. Now let's go back to the same crappy bullshit that I normally do.
Princes Nick and Tom into snowmen and has kidnapped the Frost Princesses, Terry and Tina, who must be rescued. Yeah, original idea. Snow Brothers is a single-screen action platform game where 1 or 2 players take control of snowmen twins. The objective for each of the 50 floors is to defeat all the monsters by...
Snow Brothers? I thought we called them Eskimo twins.
So they explode against a wall. Rolling snowballs can barrel into other enemies to create a combo effect. And you can...
Or no, Eskimo Brothers, that's right. When you both smash the same chick. Anyway.
Strategy to go to the top of the floor and try to take out multiple enemies at one time. And you have to move quickly. If you dilly-dally in the levels, the invulnerable Pumpkinhead will show up and fly towards you. If a rolling snowball takes out other enemies, pickups may be dropped. There's food for extra points, and power-up hot sauce jars. Red gives the snowman skates to run and jump faster, blue increases the power of the snow throws, and yellow, green in the manual.
Yeah, exactly. Back to the same old 2007 style NES game review slop. Like, you did not have, like, dude, you could have just edited this whole part out. Not only would your video have been shorter and easier to watch, but, like, it would have been shorter and easier to watch.
Unabashed, A+, great, Amico, awesome.
Holy God, that looks amazing!
Really freaking amazing.
This is something we haven't seen in decades.
My mind was literally blown when I saw it.
Have you seen this game? I've never seen a game like this on a phone.
It was one of the cool...
Bro, these guys were, like, seriously in a fucking cult. Like, these games, like, none of this shit looks good. And they're all, like, freaking the fuck out saying... I've never seen anything like it. My mind was literally blown. It's like, really, bro? Like, are we looking at the same screen here? Like, this looks like Flash games that you could find online in like 2010. Like, what are you talking about?
First days of my professional gaming career.
This is the Wii 15 years later, and it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't know what the flow of this video is supposed to be, y'all. Like, he just randomly cut in that NES review and now he's going back to Amico React. I don't know what the fuck he's got going on currently.
Kill.
Super slick.
My jaw's hitting the ground seeing how cool this game is.
I had a smile just slapped on my face.
I've never seen anything or experienced anything quite like this.
I think the Amico is going to be a big success.
It's going to be big. It's going to be real big.
I have zero doubts.
Okay, why is this YouTuber just always like out in nature, like walking around on his stupid AirPods doing his videos? Like, I hate video review, whatever this format is. Like, whenever they're just like out running errands, talking about something completely unrelated. Anyway, this guy probably is the most annoying of the YouTubers that he's shown so far.
About when this thing launches, that it is going to be a hit.
Burying bodies. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Oh, that's Smash JT. Yeah, he's annoying me with his constant leaving his house to do videos. Like, I don't know. It's just a personal pet peeve of mine.
And I truly mean that.
Hey, that guy bought another shirt. Good for him.
And back to Snow Brothers. Power-ups are welcome since the difficulty ramps up quickly. The gameplay is simple, but one-hit deaths and cramped spaces make this harder than it looks. You get a few lives and a few continues, but these can be wiped out quickly if you're not on your snow toes. And when you lose a life, the power-ups are gone. By default, your Snow Prince doesn't move quickly, and the goofy spin jump doesn't have much height, making maneuvering...
I sure as shit don't go outside.
Lumber around, but a few fire projectiles. Ugh, Tabasco breath. However, the worst is the igloo enemy, who will spin around the screen and fly at you, but while spinning, they are impervious to...
What's going on with the Tyson-Jake Paul fight?
to attack until they stop. You can try to avoid this spinning and most of the time you'll be fine, but there are other game elements that have to be avoided, like tight spaces that you can get trapped in with no way to escape.
Trapped in tight spaces? That's how I felt when I ended up in those giant Amico fan chats trying to track down Tommy to get information on when the console was gonna be released and where my money...
Tyson died. Shit, bro. That's pretty serious. Damn. R.I.P. to one of the legends. Goddamn.
He was.
Tommy and the television team has made sure the people that will be investing in this product and this system, you're not going to be left behind like some.
Oh yeah, he's Saggy. What? There's this chick. So that mask wearing dude. When I was on their channel, this chick named Saggy Melons joined the chat and basically like was probably joking, but was like seriously macking on me the whole time. I have no idea what she even looked like. She was using like a fake profile picture or whatever. So yeah, I've actually like had a few conversations with her, and it was very weird.
Paperwork
Tommy, there you are, Tommy. You've been dodging.
Yeah, Pat's shirtless, unfortunately.
Another testament to Tommy's character.
Where's my money? Please, Tommy, answer me.
Everybody, man.
I had to sell my shirt to afford groceries. Tommy, please.
To be honest, that wasn't a concern for me on this console.
I still don't know what a saggy melon is.
Snow Brothers could seem like it would get boring, but at every
I heard that she was an RTU simp.
10th stage, you face a boss battle, which just consists of packing snowballs from enemies or objects that the bosses eject, and then throwing the balls at them. I said balls. Well, I said balls a bunch of times already. Oh, I said it again. Balls. After defeating these monsters, the player can earn bonus points and extra lives with a slot machine mini-game.
Playing slots is like gambling. Just like how I gambled when I invested in a scammy game console idea. What was I thinking? Listening to those weirdos with their insider info.
I never told you to invest in Republico. I never told you to invest in Start Engine. I never told you to pre-order a console if you didn't think it was going to make it. I don't think so, son.
It was more like us talking about how much what we were doing, and how much we liked it.
What?
But it wasn't like we held people to the fire and told anyone to do anything.
That's not how I remember it.
We've got less than a day. You can do an investment into Amico. Why not? It's gonna pay back, you know? It's gonna be, why wouldn't you do that? It's a no-brainer.
But seriously, who wears wristbands like that still? Well, I mean, I used to, but once I got to my late 30s, I figured I'd stop, or else my family would institutionalize me.
Playing quickly.
No, I feel like I'm in my later 30s, and I look like a fucking Hot Topic general manager, and it seems to work all right for me, except for in the Cinemask or Truth forums where they just make fun of my blue hair all day.
While with discipline will lead to success in Snow Brothers. The layouts of the floors evolve a little bit as you progress, but it's just about the same strategy all the way through. If you make it to floor 50, you'll face dual gargoyle heads constantly spewing power-ups and other garbage at you.
Spewing garbage? Just like Tommy when I finally tracked him down for a follow-up interview, thinking he would put my investing fears to rest.
And they're all hardcore elitists. Not hardcore gamers like our system too, but these elitists, they're racists. They're literally gaming racists.
Gaming racists.
Whoa, Tommy, you can't just say something like gaming racist and expect the interviewer to sit silently back and just accept it. I would be talentless and irresponsible if I did that. I don't think you even know what the words literally and racist actually mean when you just use them like that. Well, I don't know, Tommy. This is already off.
That was kind of an infamous memeable moment when Tommy said that. I mean, Jesus Christ, how fucking out of touch do you have to be to like say something like that and not realize that the internet is... Oh, well, I mean, I guess the Amico sycophants still, were like, yeah, Tommy Tallarico. But yeah, when I heard that, it's just like, dude, this guy sounds like this guy's got some boomer vibes going on right now. There was some fucking video, I don't remember which one it was, but There's some girl who was getting trolled like really bad, and like her dad was in the back, like in the video, and her dad like steps up to the the webcam, and he's like yelling at the chat or whatever, and he's like, "You better leave my fucking daughter alone, all of you." And it's just like, oh no, somebody please come get this guy and explain to him how the internet works.
The rails. Is this going to get any worse?
Yeah. We're having fun here. Give me a break.
Okay, Tommy, I'll give you the benefit of the...
Jesse, let's see, I love the hive mind of the chat. There's going to be at least one person who knows what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, I believe Jesse Slaughter was that story.
Doubt, I guess.
I'm on Twitter too. I like to mix it up. I'm not afraid to smack down some hater elites.
What? Hater elites? You can't be acting like that. You're the CEO of a company. You're entrusted with millions and millions of dollars. And you manage a bunch of workers and employees. Hey, what's going on here?
So that's the thing. Look, if you're into games with blood and violence and sexual content and kids in sexual compromising positions and rape on the Nintendo, if that...
What Nintendo? I mean, I know this has been beaten to death, but what fucking Nintendo games have rape in it? I don't know. Was it the fucking Kirby game? I don't know. Like, what was it?
That's what you want. Then buy a Switch.
Wait a second. Tommy, you can't just say things like that. What type of worthless hack would I be if you said things like that and I didn't respond and push back? You can't just say slanderous things like that and hope to get away with it. No. Nintendo, I didn't say those things. I didn't say them. It was Tommy Tallarico. He's the one that said them, not me.
Hey, let's face it, Pat. You know damn well, both me and you, if we had the opportunity to get a lap dance from The Little Mermaid, we'd be all over it. True or false?
False! What? False! It's false! What type of garbage human being, what sort of sack of shit would agree with that? The Little Mermaid is an underage children's character from Disney. I mean, what the hell? What's going on with this interview? I thought we were discussing a game console aimed at families, and now we're talking about getting lap dances by Disney characters. I can't go on with this interview. I think I have to end it before someone sues me.
Wouldn't that be something?
I don't think that interview helped.
Snow Brothers is all right. The arcade gameplay mechanics are a little unique, and it moves at a quick pace. The graphics are pretty good, and the soundtrack consists of upbeat ditties that bop. There's no real depth, but it's an above-average experience for those looking for brisk arcade gaming. And the two players...
I mean, in what, Grand Theft Auto 3, you had sex with the fucking prostitute, and then you could kill her and take your money back. That was pretty hardcore, but that was like PlayStation 2. Having trouble thinking of a Nintendo title that comes anywhere near that. That's just me, though.
Simultaneous action is a good time if you can find another Snow Prince to play with.
That does it for Snow Brothers. Well, I'm glad I could distract myself and you from the Amico debacle for at least a few minutes. All thanks to those lovable snowmen, Nick and Tom. Nick and Tom. Nick and Tom. Tom and Nick? Nick and Tom. Nick and Tom. Tom and Nick.
Oh, that's why he reviewed Snow Brothers, because it had a tie into the, okay, Pat's over here playing 3D chess in outer space and we're playing checkers. Silly fucking what do you call them? Philistines. That's the word I was looking for. I was going to say Pharisees. Look, I'm just as bad as RGT85 right now, trying to use words that are above my pay grade.
In television...
And what you are trying to do, Pat, is dictate the narrative on the Intellivision Amico.
Dictate the narrative, mate.
Learn to speak, dude.
You kind of exposed yourself as a fraud, and that is disgusting.
And your obsession, absolute obsession with your anti-Amico crusade.
So Pat doesn't understand what it takes to be successful.
I just had a weird random thought. This is how you know I'm getting kind of bored, because I start saying random stupid shit. How hard do you think it is for people the likes of Review Tech USA, Boogie2988 and Justin Silverman, how hard do you think it is for them to wipe their ass after they get done taking a shit? I hate to put that imagery in your head, but I really, like, do they need some kind of an extension wand to assist with that? Or does the job just not get done very well, if you know what I'm saying? And by that train of thought, do they kind of just smell like shit all the time? Or do they just kind of have to take a shower after they shit? I don't know. It's it boggles the mind.
Let's look at net worth for a start.
Tommy Tallarico, who's up living the fat life.
Look, I don't know you people. I know a couple of you people, and you're garbage fucking human beings, and you fucking know it.
It's crazy.
If you're gonna call me a shill, know what you're talking about.
I'm looking at the definition of shill, an accomplice of a swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others.
It's a
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Tommy Tallarico was, right?
real thing that will be coming out. Just because it's delayed doesn't mean it doesn't exist and won't happen.
So whether you love it or not, it's gonna be a success.
I am biased, I'll admit. Am I a shill?
Justin's sweat drips down and it washes it on contact.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, I'm more interested in thinking about how these guys wipe their asses than what the video I'm watching right now.
I'm a
still more entertaining than the Review Tech USA thing, though.
shill.
They're saying all these games are repackaged mobile games. Who would buy them? Okay.
My jaw's hitting the ground.
Do not buy the Intellivision Amico.
I am biased. I hope this system succeeds. Perhaps I'm a bit of a shill, but I proudly wear that as I do this shirt.
I've been a winner in this industry my whole career. I don't lose.
Tommy said it's fully refundable. It's a $100 pre-order, and if you don't want it, you can get your money back.
We have the system and the hardware completed.
You can do an investment into Amico. Why not? It's gonna pay back, you know?
I really like that show that Tommy Tallarico was on G4 with that other dude. What was it called? That G4 TV show. G4, man, let's pour one out for G4 TV. They had some pretty good programming on there in like the early to mid 2000s. It wasn't Electric Playground. It was the one where they went head to head. It was like with the video games. It was there's the other guy, and then there was Tommy. I don't think it was Electric Playground. It wasn't Reviews on the Run. Fuck. I don't even fucking remember. No, it wasn't X-Play. Shit. No, that was a good show, though. And I liked Tommy in that show. He was fine. And the other guy, what the fuck was the other guy's name? Judgment Day! Judgment Day! That's what it was called. Yes, Judgment Day. That was a good show. I liked that show. Thank you. Started making me feel like I was crazy. I don't remember it being called Reviews on the Run, but Judgment Day was what I remember it being called. I don't remember even what the premise was. Dude, the best fucking show on G4 was Icons, in my opinion. It was like a VH1 Behind the Music, but for like video game consoles or franchises. Victor Lucas. Yep, it was Tommy Tallarico and Victor Lucas. Judgment Day was a show. Thank you for the hive mind of the chat for knowing these things. No, that was a good show. I learned about Ikaruga on GameCube from watching Judgment Day because Tommy Tallarico was extolling the virtues of it. Yeah, I heard that Victor Lucas still does YouTube stuff. I just haven't been asked to look into it. And I mean asked by ASSED, not ASKED. Because I think the Brits say that. And anyway, I haven't been asked to look into it, mate. Yeah. Can you believe Victor Lucas is only days younger than Tommy Tallarico? What, does he look like shit now? I bet he's aged like ass. Them crackers typically age quite poorly. Them Irish, them potato-faced bastards typically don't age so well.
It's gonna be. Why wouldn't you do that? It's a no-brainer.
Tommy's investors will be extremely pleased. That I promise you.
The rocket ship is built, folks, and we are on the launch pad headed for the stars. We just need a little more fuel to get there.
Amico!
There's that high-pitched falsetto voice that Pat just... This high-pitched, whiny voice equals comedy in Pat's world.
Oh, what have I done? I listened to grifting and television execs and airhead YouTubers, and now I have no money. I can't afford Strufoli, and Frank hates me. If only...
I'm loopy. Does it bother anybody in the chat that I vape? Does that give you guys douchebag vibes? That's my question to the chat.
If only there was a way I can come up with $180 and save Christmas. But there isn't a way. Or is there?
I will pay you $200, Pat, if the Intellivision Amico does not sell over 1 million copies within its first year. And I've done some research on this, and it's going to be a close call.
Yes, it's a miracle. Christmas is saved thanks to someone even dumber than me.
Vape smoke freestyles. What the fuck is that? This is strawberry kiwi flavored. Good stuff.
Wow, I didn't know one of the wise men was an alien. Makes sense, maybe.
Merry Christmas, Frank!
What is freestyle vaping? I gotta know what that means.
I got the Strufoli!
Patrick, you finally came through. You didn't drop the ball.
There it is!
All right, yeah, we got the Strufoli.
No, I think Pat... Do you think Pat's a virgin? No, I think Pat's gotten laid, probably. He in his younger days, he wasn't a bad-looking guy. But his personality, though, he's got a very like, I am the head of all the incels. So he's got a little bit of confidence, but at the end of the day, he still doesn't really know how to talk to. I don't know. I could see Pat being goofy and some chicks finding that endearing. I do find it curious that he's like, I don't know. It's like anytime on the podcast he's ever mentioned about like having a girlfriend or whatever, or having a lady friend, he never really says girlfriend. He'll be like, oh, I've got a lady friend I'm going to take to the movies this weekend or something like that. You never really hear him talk about it again. Maybe he's just trying to keep his personal life personal. I mean, respect, but I mean, he's certainly not fucking married and he doesn't have any kids. But then again, you know, you can't really like write all those books and do all the stuff that he's done if you're, you know, James Rolfe over there with his my kids and my wife. Obviously, James Rolfe hasn't been able to do hardly any. This year, Cinemassacre has just been dog shit. I mean, it's been like a barren wasteland of mediocre crap. It's not so bad that it's really worth talking about, aside from like Horse Prince, but it's not good enough to be like, hey, man, good for you. You finally, you know, turned it around and, you know, you changed course. Like, it's just been fucking bland. And I will do a year in review on Cinemassacre at the end of in December, because I want to make sure I get everything that Jimmy releases. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very boring year overall when I take a retrospective look back at everything that Cinemassacre has done this year. You know, I don't know. I just kind of went on a tangent there.
We got it! Oh! Frank, why did you?
How many beers deep am I in? 2.5. Sorry, I stay up really late, so this is still kind of early for me.
Punch me!
I belted you because you invested in television, you bum.
Okay, that makes sense.
Come on, quit your belly aching. It's almost time for antipasta. Come on, walk it off.
Merry Christmas, Frank. You asshole.
Are you going to stay on the floor till New Year's Eve or what?
For Strufoli and Italian pastries, check out Circo's Pastry Shop. Circo's, since 1945.
Okay, everybody, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
What the fuck is Strufoli? I mean, I know Pat does the Italian traditions more than I have, and by more than I have, I mean I've not done any Italian traditions. My mom just never gave a fuck about her Italian heritage, and I mean, fair enough. The Italians weren't like, as far as my family is concerned, the Italian side, they weren't really big on carrying over their fucking traditions from the old country. They just kind of like let it die off with them when they died. Plus my grandfather, who was the Italian, like the full-blooded Italian, he like left my grandma when my mom was like young. So I think there was a little bit of like anger towards her bastard Italian father. Anyway, probably letting a bunch of anonymous strangers a little too in on my lore, but I don't know. People release audio memoirs of their lives all the time. That's very revealing, so I guess this isn't that bad. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think the Italian language just doesn't sound very cool. Not nearly as cool as German sounds, which I've spoken on this stream many a times, but I don't know. Italian just kind of sounds silly to me. It's got that flowing to it. It's like kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Well, I gotta piss, and I don't know. Do we want to watch do we want to go back to the past to watch some shitty Pat acting that sucks ass with the Nintendo World Championship? Do we want to do that? Do we want to watch the Mike Tyson fight? I don't know. I can't pull it up on here, but I'm saying that as in, like, whatever. Paul versus Tyson about to start. Okay, well, let me at least go take a piss first then. I'll be right back. Oh shit! Fortune, fame, got insane. Good thing, but the memory remains. Boogie versus Wings fight instead. Oh yeah, that would be entertaining. Let's see. Volunteer. Oh, stream about someone stupid that I don't care about is over. Oh, it's just a break. Yeah, sorry, man. I'm starting to think you're a streaming racist. No, I'm just joking. I don't know. A couple people said they wanted to watch the fucking Nintendo World Championships. I feel like I don't have anything better going on right now. Let me see here. Hold on. Texting. All right. Let me go here. No, fuck that. Fuck all that, mate. I don't know if I get demonetized for featuring that song. Oh, thanks for pissing in solidarity with me, Wes. So just in case you guys thought that like maybe when Pat was younger, his acting was like better, and then he just got kind of like crappier over time, you will soon see that that is not the case. That is not the case at all. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry something bastard. Angry video game nerd.
If this box contains what I think it does, then this will be the greatest moment in my career as a game collector. I bought this from an
You know, James back in the day looks like, with those sideburns and all, looks like he could have done like an Elvis impersonator thing. Just get the hair right, get the outfit. Could do like a little Elvis slash like Cherry Poppin' Daddy zoot suit kind of thing. I could see it. Just lose the glasses maybe, put in some contacts, I don't know.
eBay auction. The seller gave a list of games included, mostly NES games that I own already, but there's one that caught my attention. Nintendo World Championships. Under normal circumstances, this particular game would cost a fortune. The seller probably had no idea what they had, and that happens.
Why would Scott the Woz be considered a lolcow?
Sometimes somebody's trying to get rid of some old games at a flea market or a yard sale or something, and they don't realize that what they're selling happens to be one of the most rare NES games in existence. Nintendo World Championships was never sold in stores. It was a specially made game cartridge used as part of a gaming competition. Remember the 1989 movie The Wizard with the big game tournament?
Yeah.
Well, this was a real-life version inspired by the movie. The competition was part of a big festival called Power Fest in 1990. It was divided into age groups. Each winner got a cash prize of $10,000 and took home other goodies. The finalists each got to keep their own copy of the game. But there was another version made in gold.
Okay.
The gold card.
Saying that Cake is a ska band, that's a joke, right? Excuse me as I vape cough. Scott the Woz has never shown enough of his real life to ridicule, and none of it. I mean, and Scott's like, what, 25 years old? He's still got like plenty of, I don't know, plenty of time to make horrific mistakes that all these YouTubers seem to like make eventually. I haven't really like, maybe it's because I'm not big enough yet, but I don't feel like I've like really fucked up that much on YouTube yet. I mean, it will happen probably, but hasn't happened yet.
Cartridges are even more rare. Only
pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it
26
up!
were made and given out as part of a random
But by the
prize
way-
giveaway in Nintendo Power magazine. Also, the red label only existed in the promo pics. The actual games were all gold with a cheap logo glued on that's been cut out with scissors. The whereabouts of these games remain largely unknown, but in recent years, many of them have shown up in auctions commanding huge prices, but there's still more out there. There were other Nintendo contests like Campus Challenge, 2 of them, and the Super Nintendo Power Fest 94 competition.
That bastard just cannot divide the word Super and Nintendo, can he? It's just always Super Nintendo. Like, once that was pointed out to me, I cannot unhear it. Super Nintendo. Like, oh yeah, by the way, in the chat, I'm posting, here's a link to my Discord if anyone wants to join it. One day, this will not be free to join. One day, this will be a Patreon perk, so join while the joining's hot.
But Nintendo World Championship seems to be the most famous and is considered the holy grail amongst NES collectors. Could I have one of these in my possession right now? Let's find out. Oh boy, I can't wait. I wonder, it's probably the gray one, but who knows? It might even be the gold
I think Dancing with Ghosts in German is a Tanzen mit Geiste.
one.
Bury. Come on now, man. It's in a translucent purple shell. You think that's like a real... But, you know, he's acting unlike Pat, who has zero ability to do so. And this was considered like during like the peak AVGN times, so...
This is a reproduction cart. Anybody can get these. Worth about $50. Well, at least I can still say I own Nintendo World Championships.
I just don't know why it was so much more watchable when he had a hairline.
It's not the real thing. I'll never own a complete NES collection. Wait a minute. I know somebody who might own a real NWC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody who's as obsessed with game collecting as I am. When it comes to NES, he's even more crazy.
All right, get ready. For most people, this was Pat, the NES Punk's debut. Because James, even at this point, had a much larger platform. So let's get ready for Pat's glorious debut. There he is, the Guido himself, without his cringe. Doesn't he look like way more watchable without that stupid curly hair? And he's like probably like 20 pounds lighter, and he has a shirt with his own face on it, which was probably hilarious at that time.
Hello? Hey, Pat, you NES punk. This is the nerd.
Nerd? I don't think I know any nerd.
The fucking nerd.
Oh, that nerd. Well, why didn't you say so?
So, I was just wondering, how's your game collection been going?
I have Flintstones, Surprise at Dinosaur Peak.
Nice.
Magical Chase for the TurboGrafx 16.
Come on.
Frankie from Red Cow, and this is the first time that I've mentioned Red Cow on this live stream, so I'm proud of myself. Because usually within the first 15 minutes, I'm grabbing for the Frankie from Red Cow fucking safety floaty device. He was mentioning on the Red Cow podcast how he didn't like, and I agree, that's why I'm bringing it up. He never liked this whole thing that kind of got started with James at some point in AVGN history, where James went from just this nerd who lived in his basement and got drunk and talked about old, irrelevant, shitty Nintendo games to this like guy who was literally stuck in like the 1980s and doesn't know anything about any new technology. Like, he's completely perplexed by what Xbox is and new cell phones and all that. And I agree. I think that's kind of a stupid running gag. And like, it's fine here because it's very understated, but much like all new AVGN, it's like got to be so in your face and overstated that I'm so old, I'm using a fucking rotary phone in this Indiana Jones episode or whatever it was. And like, it's like the gimmick is really like bizarre, and like really it's like you're surrounded by all this technology of the 1990s, yet when it comes to phones, you're using like shit that's like from the beginning of the 20th century.
You got better stuff than that.
What about the Power Glove in the collector's case?
What else? I know, you want something special.
Yeah.
Something spectacular.
Yeah.
How about the Super Mario Brothers Swimmies?
No, that's neat if
Oh,
you're
Jesus.
6 years old.
Oh, man, it's always been bad, hasn't it? It's always been bad. His acting has always been fucking bad. Jesus.
I'm talking like NES.
My beloved M82 demo unit.
Oh, that thing's a piece of crap.
What?
Alright, we'll tell you what. What's the most rare NES game you have?
Well, if you must know, I do happen to own a little game called the Nintendo World Championship card.
You mean a reproduction?
Oh, I resonate very highly with this comment in the chat. Alpha Ray, when I was a teen, a basement full of games, like that was a dream. Now it's the last thing I would want. I 100% fucking agree with that statement. Like, I mean, I made a whole video about it in the past about how like I used to like kind of be pretty hardcore into collecting for Super Nintendo, and then I would on the side collect for like basically anything else I could get my hands on. And just like how over time, like the pandemic really also helped me with this. Like over time, it just got to where, like, having all of these games that I never played, dude. Come on. Like, does anybody who collects games, like, do you really, like, go into your fucking man cave and pull a specific game out and just play it for the fuck of it? You know, just for pleasure. If you're not a YouTuber and you're just, like, a normal non-YouTubing individual, you just pull out a random. I never did. I would go for games that I knew I liked, probably from my child or teenage years. And the only time I'd pull out an obscure game that I had collected was if I was doing a YouTube video or whatever. And it just got to a point to where it's like, I'd walk into my little game collecting cave and I'd look at all these fucking games. And I'm like, I'm never going to play like Thomas the Tank Engine on Super Nintendo. I'm just fucking not. So why do I own it? And that's like, I live in a house by myself, and I keep my doors unlocked, and I'm about to post my address in the chat. No, just joking. And I just thought to myself, like, if I ever have to move, like, this is going to be such a fucking pain in the ass to move all of this plastic that I don't even fucking play. So yeah, I gave up on collecting. Hey, Ashtray DK. I've only got 2 moderators and they're barely in the chat. So if you guys want to, like, use a bunch of gamer words, that's fine. No one's going to be here to ban you.
Right?
Oh, it's real.
Wow, are you sure? It could be a fake. You never know.
Pretty sure it's real.
Tell you what, if you come on over, I'll help authenticate it for you. I'll give it the nerd seal of approval.
The nerd seal of approval? What is that, like you'll take a dump on it?
No, that would be the nerd seal of disapproval. Come over, I'll take a look at it.
Oh, Alex is about to do it.
Hey, nerd, how are you?
Alex is about to use a gamer word.
In the basement. Well, you know why you asked me here. Yes.
Oh, of course.
Oh, man, this is some stilted acting right here. I know I already said that in one of my fucking videos I made, but, like, Jesus, this acting is famously horrible. I mean, James probably could have done a little better job acting with another person as well, but, you know, he's only comfortable with his inner circle of, like, Mike Bootsy and whoever the fuck else was in there at that time. Kyle, Justin, before Screenwave came into the picture. Yeah.
Oh my god, Amiga in the box? Great computer system, but you know you shouldn't put it on top of the box Odyssey because it's going to damage the box. You'll get creases there and stuff. Again, I know why you asked me here.
Yeah.
APF TV Fun, cute, fun little Pong set. You know,
even how, like, James films and edits, like, he's doing those, like, you know, cross over the shoulder shots between the two. It was so smooth and, like, seamless. It really made it feel way more like a show. It was way more ambitious than Pat really ever got, to my knowledge. Like, I don't know, James just kind of, from whatever experience he had filmmaking before this, like, you just would go into these old AVGN episodes and it already just kind of looked like a show that, I mean, the audio was a little sketch, you know, audio sounded kind of rough, but, like, I mean, as far as the shots and all that was concerned, it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, this is close enough to a show and it's about old video games. There's nothing on TV that looks like this, and I don't know, I guess that's kind of the original poll here. I mean, you can just tell, like, the camera shots, the editing, it was all at the time, it was all head and shoulders above, I feel like, anything else that was on YouTube, really.
you get this stuff. It's amazing, all this stuff you find, you know?
All right, let's see the NWC.
The what? Oh, the World Championships card.
Yeah.
Okay, just, yeah. Be careful.
Now let's read the comments of people who agreed with me. Why doesn't Bimmy hang with Juario? Is that how he took himself out? He hanged himself? That was a pretty edgy joke, bro. Boner. I love the boner power thing, right? Philip Cummings. Pat's comedy is, oh, this is so random, but with factoids nobody ever did remember. I agree. what kind of punk cares about maximizing the value of corporate-made products? Miss Dislike. James had the cinematography down. He knew how to make the scenes look good before proper digital cameras. He used tape and old school editing techniques from old movies. Yeah, I have the Panasonic HVX 100. I have that exact. I filmed my first, like, I don't know, 20 episodes of my old show that I had, Overstimulation Station. I filmed on the same camera that James used because I was like, I'm going to max out my credit card and buy all the same shit that James uses, so there's nothing stopping me from making videos just as good as AVGN. Yeah, super chat here. Fucking beautiful Vash. Beautiful Joe. The first one was really good. The second one sucked anus. You should watch Mike Matei's review of Elmo and Grouchland. It's about as cringe as Corey Feldman's music career. Yeah, I still haven't seen that. I've been meaning to. I'm sure it's archived somewhere. Man, people have been talking about Jew Oreo a lot. Like, yeah, he was a pedo and he, like, offed himself. Like, that, you know, it's not really that interesting to me. How did Pat get that cartridge in the first place? I forget if it was the gold or the gray one, but it was some guy who hit Pat up and was like, hey, I found this in my attic. I know that it's worth something. I'm not trying to go to eBay or maybe I think he was asking Pat, like, how do I go about selling it? And Pat's like, well, you could go to eBay or you could go here. But honestly, like, I'd like to make a deal with you. Pat had to actually get on a plane that day, something like that, fly to the dude's location, make the deal, and like I think he like flew back that night. Like, so he was pretty hardcore. I don't remember how he got the other one. He has both. They're in some safety deposit box in a bank somewhere. But that's how he got one of them. It was somebody reached out to him saying, hey, I have this Nintendo World Championship cart or whatever. I don't remember if it was the gray one or the gold one, but that's how he got one of them at least.
This isn't the real thing. Nah.
Oh, okay. Gold cart was the guy who messaged Pat. Gotcha.
What do you mean?
It's fake. Sorry to say.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. It's not real at all. I just spent thousands of dollars on a fake game.
I could take it off your hands. I know you need to make room for all those games you have in your collection and everything.
I appreciate it, but I'll just take that fake game back.
I could trade you another.
Okay, so Pat's read of, oh yeah, of course it's fake. I just spent thousands of dollars on a fake game, but he's doing this. Oh, yeah, of course it's fake. I just spent $1,000 on a fake game. Like, why would that be your choice? Why wouldn't it be like, oh, yeah, of course it's fake. I just spent thousands of dollars on a fake game. Like, I mean, why is he always acting like he's got like a hot tamale shoved up his ass and he's like got to take a fucking fiery shit all the time? Like, it's just like, people used to joke about how Pat had like cocaine jaw in the past, like in the podcast, he'd always be like, kind of like grinding his jaw and shit. I don't know. I think he was probably taking some of that devil's dancing dust back in the day. If you ask me, the booger sugar.
Game, like, how about Combat on Atari?
Oh wow, Combat, classic game. It was included with every Atari 2600. I love that game, but you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'll just give me back that one right there.
Come on, Combat.
Yeah.
Combat. With the tanks.
Tanks.
Planes too.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's okay, but you know what? I'm totally fine. I probably have a couple of Combat carts. I'll just take that one back.
Tell you what, you see that box of games over there? You can take the whole thing just for this one fake game.
You know, I'll take a look. Wow.
Oh, we just got some news on Pat's dating life. This is how I'm spending my Friday night. What the fuck is wrong with me? You know, just give me an audience and I'll talk about any stupid, irrelevant thing instead of doing something more productive. But I don't know. They're somewhat productive. You're got some super chats here and there. I mean, there's something to be said for that. Oh my God, DWG's a grifter. Contact TCT. Random access dreams. Pat was definitely at least in a serious relationship with that Denise girl that was in his TurboGrafx 16 video. She was helping at his booth at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo one year. All right, well, glad I sent my girlfriend home early tonight to learn that factoid.
Look at the games. Oh, golf. Plain old regular black box golf. Oh, wow, this is worth a lot of money. Oh, not one, but 2 copies of Home Alone. Oh, jeez. Super Mario Duck Hunt, I only have 14 other copies. And what's this? More games underneath? Well, let's see what else we have in this treasure trove of games. Oh, yeah. Great, we got Spot here. Oh, Hook, R. And at least it's a decent one. We got Legend of Zelda.
Hey, chat, give this stream a thumbs up if you like my lusty Justy Justin Silverman is my friend t-shirt. Yeah. Hey guys, this is Justin. I can't do a Justin voice right now. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, this collab sucks. I mean, this is this was during the classic AVGN era, and this episode is like just awful because Pat is in it. I mean, James can definitely do collabs that are hilarious. I mean, the ones he's done with Mike Matei are literally some of my favorite old AVGN episodes. Like, literally, Bugs Bunny, Batman, fucking, what is it? Like, the Bird one? I don't fucking know. Any of the ones that he's done, like, were always, that stood out to me. Joker, whatever.
What was that game you just had?
Oh, that was just Legend of Zelda.
Legend of my ass.
Would any of you subscribe to my OnlyFans?
No, don't touch it.
I wasn't gonna touch it, I was just pointing at it.
Don't point even.
Don't point?
It can't be played. Never.
Can I look at it?
No.
Oh, that was a Spinal Tap reference. Hey.
Don't look at it.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, relax. Relax. It's just a video game.
What would I do on my OnlyFans? I would toy my asshole with rare games. Yeah.
It's only a Nintendo World Championships gold card. It's just the most sought after video game on the planet.
Some really cringy acting right there.
It's right there. It's mine. It's all mine.
No. That was my box.
You traded me for it. I accepted.
No, you didn't. You were just making fun of those games.
No, I really wanted all those fine games. I needed another copy of Super Mario Duck Hunt. I'm making a coffee table out of them.
Oh, really? Oh.
They actually did make a coffee table out of Super Mario Duck Hunt. They covered that on the CU podcast, and I think Pat and Ian were like fretting about it because they're like, game preservation. This isn't good. They shouldn't be doing that.
Well, you could take them all then. Yeah. But you're not getting that NWC gold card. I didn't even know it was in there.
Maybe you should get the prescription renewed on your glasses? The gray is better. I mean, look at it. It's individually numbered, and these were the game cards actually used in the competition, the gold. Well, these are just giveaways. Here.
Say what you want about James. He can still sell acting in the AVGen format. He used to be able to. Absolutely, 100%. He used to be able to. Not anymore. He can't anymore. Whatever it was that he had is and has been gone for a long ass time. I mean, yes, the AVGN character is different than James Rolfe still, but not really by a whole lot anymore. It's like the two have become kind of one and the same almost at this point.
Take it.
Yeah, you know what?
It's like becoming a parody of yourself, I should say.
You are right. The gray one is better. You know, I feel really bad taking it away from you. So, here, give me back the gold one and I'll give you back your gray one.
I appreciate the gesture, but that's okay. You go ahead, you keep that gray one. I'll stick with the cheap gold giveaway.
Yeah, but the gold one's a piece of crap. I mean, you don't want that. I mean, you know how they made those. They just cut out the logo with cheap paper and they glued it on with glue.
Yeah, Elmer's glue.
Yeah, I bet Mr. Elmer himself glued it on from his own goat.
That was a really bad joke. Like, I remember listening to their podcast and Pat was discussing the time that he spent like working on this episode with James, and Pat actually said that James allowed him to like kind of write some of the jokes too, like kind of help and collaborate on the script. You can kind of see clear as day which jokes were Pat's, and that Elmer one just then was definitely a Pat joke.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess I'll be going now.
Okay, fine.
Would anybody in the chat sniff the chair or the two chairs that Justin Silverman had been sitting in at a convention? He'd been sitting in the chairs for 2 hours, and then he gets up. And in that 30 seconds that he gets up, that's when you have to smell the chair. Would you do that for $500? Yes or no?
And the award for Best NES Collection in the world.
No, a hell no, no, yes. Almighty One, yes, would. Beautiful, a very emphatic yes. Wes, and I'm broke. I guess no. The Russian Kinger is like kind of indifferent. He's like, sure. For 500, yes. Random Access Dreams would do it. Subalet in the chair would have mushrooms. That's regardless. Would you smell it? I drink the juice that gets strained from the oh my God. For you're a slut. You're a fucking slut. Can't smell that level of fat. $500 would buy enough breeze, get the smell off. Only 500, I can make that happen. Miss Dislike, wow, a bunch of freaks in the chat. I would do for $1,000. Okay, so Classic Cartoon Theater has a price. They do have a price that they would do it for. You're a negotiator. I like that. Okay, cool. Bunch of fucking weirdos.
World goes to Pat, the NES punk.
I can't believe I did it! Both World Championship cards! Oh, man! Oh, what an award!
Man, they like really went all out for this fucking episode, didn't they? Doing like a little fake ceremony and everything. Oh, me? Don't act like I wouldn't? Bro, no fucking way. It's worth me just waiting a month and getting that money from my ad revenue than smelling. Oh, no way. No fucking way.
Yeah! Oh, yeah! Now, I officially know now that I have the best NES collection in the known universe, but I couldn't have done it without all of you.
Oh, just so you don't get mistaken, I was laughing at the chat, not at the video. The video is fucking not funny as shit. 5K? Fuck off. No way. That's way too much to sniff a chair that lusty justy. Some people would do it for free as an honor, so you're not getting anywhere near 5K for that. What are you, fucking Walter White over here trying to negotiate way higher than what it's worth? I'm sorry, I'm watching Breaking Bad right now, so that was more relevant in my head than what I thought when I actually said it.
Hey, who am I kidding? I did this all myself, and you're all jealous!
Yeah, no shit. Philip Cummings, the Pat Award ceremony has had Pat really thinks about himself. Yeah, not a joke or satire, exactly. Yeah, that's a freaky question to ask, Miss Dislike. Who would smell the chair for free? Who would smell it for free? That's what I want to know. Are you fucking serious? Kieran had to smell the fucking chair to be a part of Screenwave. Like, that's just what you have to do. I think Newt refused to smell it. That's why he got fired. That's what they won't tell you.
right, nerd? We're gonna settle this like men. Okay, Pat.
What season of Breaking Bad am I on? I'm on the season where Gomi is going to Albuquerque. Schrader is sniffing around Combo's mom's house to find the RV. Okay, yeah, the last episode I was on was the RV got compacted at the scrapyard. Yeah, that's the last episode I saw. It got crushed at the scrapyard with Jesse and Walt just barely getting away.
We're gonna play some Nintendo World Championships. Yeah, winner takes all. Okay, where's your Nintendo? Oh, the Nintendo? Right there, the Nintoaster. The what? Are you playing video games or making breakfast? I'm not turning these expensive games into a goddamn English muffin. Well,
yeah, this is my domicile and I won't be harassed, bitch! $2 super chat from Morg. If Justy had an OF, I'd subscribe in a heartbeat. Hell yeah. Pretty horny of you. You're you a chubby chaser? I think it's a little bit more than chubby at that point. Damn it, I gotta piss again. I'm sorry. Just look at this still here, I guess. I'll be right back. I piss really fast. Try to see if you can hear my piss. Ah, hell. Ah, what the hell? Piss. Piss, hell. Piss, tits. Hell, piss. I can't control that. Holy shit. Yeah, you know, once you break the seal, once you start drinking, they say, that's when it all goes to shit. Okay, I got another Justin scenario. Look, I gotta just have this picture in mind here. Would you, for $250, go into a public restroom 20 minutes after Justin had like a really upset stomach and had to take a pretty big shit? And then 20 minutes after that, would you walk into that bathroom for 30 seconds for $250? That's what I want to know. Like 20 people left the chat. That was probably the most appropriate response, to be honest. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you have to breathe through your nose too. Well, I don't know, man. Breathing through your mouth, God, you're like getting those particles directly into your mouth. I don't know which is worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, with all seriousness, we shouldn't be messing with these, really. I mean, like you said, they can never be played, let alone looked at. Let's play the reproduction card.
Great idea.
Yeah, I know, right? This is like a social test to see how many sick fucks are in the chat. Oh, we got a Justin scenario here. Would you make out with a Victoria's Secret model after Justin has open mouth kissed her? Is he using tongue? That's a big one. Is he sticking that fucking polluted ass... I don't even have the words. I'm not quick enough on my feet. I'd have to sit down and write my jokes out like Pat, because then they'd be funny, like Pat's.
All right,
we got Alex McCarr for $250. He'd do it. He's used to smelling bad diarrhea dumps and porta potties, though.
Wait, the start's not working. What's going on here?
Well, second player starts it. Are you ready?
Starting gun. Super Mario Brothers?
Yeah, you gotta get 50 coins as quickly as you can. You better go.
Well, that's lame. I thought this was supposed to be this super rare, elusive game. Not Super Mario Brothers, which you could get for like $2, with Duck Hunt included. Okay, so I got the 50 coins, that's it?
That's it. Now it's on to Rad Racer.
Oh, now we're playing Rad Racer?
Yeah, but just the first race.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's a competition, nerd.
Just to think that the NWC cartridges are so expensive, you could actually use that money and buy a real car.
Sure, you can buy a car, but wouldn't it be a racer as rad as this?
All right, so I finished Rad Racer. Now I'm up to 10.
Yes, Pat did appear in a AVGen episode of Bayou Billy for NES, and it was one of the most boring, unmentionable episodes of AVGen of that time period.
Tetris.
Final game, nerd. All right, you're on a time limit. And to maximize your score, you gotta get the 4-line Tetrises.
Yeah, I agree. It was annoying that they revealed that they didn't actually break the cartridges. That was they shouldn't have done that.
Wait, why am I helping you? You think you deserve these games? You changed your name from the angry Nintendo nerd to the video game nerd. I'm the NES punk. I deserve these games.
I know a lot of people who own Tetris, and they actually have the whole game.
That's it. Okay, that's your score. I'm going to annihilate it. Thank you very much. Okay, I just beat you on Super Mario Brothers. Now it's Rad Racer.
Well, you got 2 more games.
Yeah, I know I do. I can count.
Well, just think, we're playing on a reproduction cart, but if we were playing one of those other ones, it would be the same thing. So what's the point? Just to play on an overly priced game cartridge?
What's the point? The point is those games are a part of Nintendo and video game history. They are a part of our culture. Those games represent the...
So you see what's happening in the script here, in the scenario, is AVGN is realizing that why are these stupid cartridges so important? You don't even get to play the full game, and it's just like asinine. And Pat, which I think is true to form, is like, no, we have to collect everything because that's like who I am and how how I'm on people's radar, and how probably he even got to do a video with AVGN is that he even had these to begin with, and that's how he got to be on Pawn Stars, which he will not talk about. I guess he had to sign an NDA or something. But yeah, it's like you kind of like, I think this is kind of breaking the fourth wall a little bit, because I feel like James really does feel like that. Like, who the fuck cares about owning these stupid like carts that, it's like it was a competition cart for some contest in the early 90s, and Pat's like, I absolutely need to own all of these just so I can say that I did, which is like, if that's your life quest, how fucking lame.
Point where Nintendo dominated our society. Tetris is next. If I'm not letting you talk me out of this one, I'm gonna win.
No, I'm serious. This game is a piece of shit.
Come on, Pat. Come on. Yeah, a triple line score. Double line score. I'm gonna win. The games are mine.
Tough 80s wood.
Nintendo World Championships is poop on a pedestal. It's an over-glorified holy shit grail. Fuck it to hell, fuck it to high heaven, purgatory, and all existence.
Yes! Yes, I won!
That's I paused too late. That's a Pat O face for sure. That's a cuck face.
Here you go. You can have this one.
Oh yeah, he even says on the credits, co-writer Pat Contri. Little punk effect. Josh, could you kick Pat's ass in skateboarding? No, I sucked at. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably a little better than him, but man, I was pretty fat when I skateboarded, so I never got very good at it because like you don't really see any good fat skateboarders because like when you ollie, and that means jump. When you ollie and you have like thunder thighs like I did, like your fat thighs clap against your nutsack and it's like getting kicked in the nuts every time you ollie. That's why you don't see a lot, because you know, most skaters who are good are like skinny fucks with these little chicken leg thighs that, you know, don't come anywhere near to touching their balls, but not me. It was just thunderclaps every time I fucking ollied. I was too much of a pussy to even drop in on a ramp. I board slid this like 1 foot rail in 8th grade one time. The board flew out from underneath me because I wasn't anticipating. It was like a waxed metal rail, and I wasn't anticipating how fast the board would slide. And so it flew right out from under my feet, and I landed on my back on the rail. And after that, I just got too gun shy to ever attempt any real. Because the other thing about skateboarding, you got to commit to whatever it is you're about to fucking do, or you will bust your ass and you will hurt yourself. I'm getting on a skateboard rant here, so good job for whoever brought that up. Yeah, like if you're going to drop into a ramp, you got to commit to that, you know, you're on the lip of the ramp. You got to commit to throwing your body forward and anticipating going forward. You can't hesitate. You can't like back out halfway in the middle. You have to commit to everything you do. If you're gonna do any kind of flips, like if you're gonna pop like a 360 flip, kick flip, whatever, you got to commit to raising your fucking legs up and landing on that board, not bailing, you know, because, you know, if you land on the board wrong, if your weight distribution is wrong, that board will fly out from under you and you'll fall right on your ass. So I was too much of a fucking puss. Honestly, music was a lot less painful to me. Playing the drums never injured me, and it was still just as cool to play, you know, be in a band and play music as it was to be a skateboarder. And I was way better at music than I was at skating. Yeah, so I mean, I had a little bit of fun. It was a fun little teenage hobby, but I just wasn't cut out for it. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, same with life in general. Yeah, you kind of have to commit to anything that you're doing. Can't really half-ass anything. But especially like in extreme sports, like if you're gonna do it, like I saved my dad's ass one time. My friend had a half pipe built in his backyard, and I was like hesitating, and my dad came to pick me up. And he saw that I was having so much trouble with dropping in, and my dad's like, "Son, step aside, I'll do it." My dad literally was gonna try to like roll into like a half pipe and not put the board up against the coping and drop in. And I was like, "Dad, seriously, don't do it, don't do it." And I'm so glad I talked him out of it. He would have busted his fucking ass if he had done it like that. But anyway, that's an aside. I mean, we could fucking watch something. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see like how long people will just fucking hang out. There's still 103 people in the chat. Should I try to look up the Mike Matai, as Folding Fat Rolls would say, the Mike Matai Elmo thing? Is that on YouTube? Let's try to find that. Fuck it. Let's see here. Mike Matai Elmo review. I bet it's fucking scrubbed from Mike Matai and Grouchland. Oh, they actually still have it up on Cinemasker's fucking website? Seriously? Holy shit, they still have it on Cinemasker Clips, which has like almost 500,000 subscribers. It's like a 9-minute video. Does that sound about right, chat? That's about the right length. Yeah, I guess we'll watch that. Fuck it, why not? I think we are good for the night, says John Evan Bear. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'm just kind of interested to see how long people stick around. I know the comments after this are going to be, holy shit, you streamed for like 4 hours, dude. All right, it's already done. Let's load this into OBS here. It's kind of sad that like YouTube offers so much server space for shit videos like this in favor of like actual like good videos that could like be educational, or like just these dirt videos of me clowning on like old ass bullshit. Like, this is what's taking up YouTube's server space, wherever they keep all their fucking quadrillion terabyte servers, or whatever the next highest unit of storage is outside of terabytes. Quadrigabytes. I don't know. I've never seen this, but I've heard plenty about it. Random dog barking. That's rare for this neighborhood. Hopefully there's no tomfoolery going on outside. All right. Well, I guess we're watching this now.
Hey, it's Mike. I'm here at James's place.
Bro, he looks like a trans woman who took their wig off. Like, what is up with? I mean, I guess he's just very young in this video. He looks kind of like a fucking burn victim, like where their features are just kind of indistinguishable, like nondescript. Sorry, I don't mean to be. Yeah, it kind of looks like Steve-O a little bit.
Got this movie here, Elmo and Grouchland. I have never seen it before, even though it came out all the way back in 1999. But I just thought we'd check it out. It's Elmo. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. Probably gonna be bad because it's friggin' Elmo. But you know, I do have to say I did like Follow That Bird back in the day. That was a pretty good movie. So maybe this will be good. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I know for a fact that he's gonna be trying to imitate James on some level here, because like he knows that's what people are wanting from him.
Let's check it out.
Now, this movie you're about to see is all about Elmo.
Wow, look at all those people.
Oh, he's talking to the audience.
Nice cardigan.
Now, in this movie, Elmo is going to ask
I'm not wearing a cardigan.
He wants you to talk and play along.
That's stupid that they made him talk to the audience. What if you're watching it at home like me? I don't have a cardigan on. What does he think, I'm friggin' Mr. Rogers?
Damn, Mike Matei's commentary on videos is like way worse than mine, and I thought mine was pretty bad and not funny. Jesus, his is like, I'm starting to feel a little bit better about my commentary and my reactions in real time to these videos, because like, shit, I'm like slightly funnier than this.
Ready? Yell real loud. 10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You actually see him walking. Is that Tiger Woods in the poster there behind him? Elmo's bedroom has a picture of Tiger Woods. Oh, look, there's Tiger Woods again in the background.
Why does he keep talking about the Tiger Woods poster? God, his commentary is really fucking bad. And this was like a pre-edited. This isn't live, obviously. This is a pre-edited video. Like, damn. All right, off to a really. I can see why people might fuck with this. This is pretty bad so far.
So not only does Elmo have a poster, but he's also got a picture on his nightstand too. And it's the same exact picture. Tiger Woods holding the trophy. Did he get that trophy for fucking his girlfriend in the ass?
What? Did he get that trophy for fucking his girlfriend in the ass? Okay, going for that easy gutter humor there. Okay, I can fuck with that a little bit. I do that myself. I've been known to make comments like that. That's fine. Okay, all right. Very random.
Let's go home.
So the blanket is actually alive. That's a little creepy. Zoe. Is Zoe, I gotta admit, like, I used to watch Sesame Street a long time ago. I don't really know Zoe. Is that his girlfriend or his sister?
Elmo has an idea. Elmo has an idea. Suck Elmo's dick. That's my idea. Don't you think that's a good idea, Zoe?
What?
Oh my god, what is happening?
This is exactly the fucking I don't know. I would have found that shit funny when I was like younger. Probably unironically funny. Now I find it ironically funny. Hold on, I need to grab another beer, bro. I gotta settle in for this a little bit. I've run out of my reserve that I have next to me. I didn't plan on streaming this long. Yeah, I went ahead and took a piss too. Yeah, hell yeah, I sure did, buddy. Yeah, brother, I took a piss. I'm sorry I did that to you. I took a piss. Yeah, sorry. That's about as gay as I get. Telling you about me, my bodily functions. That's about as gay as I get. I took a big old piss. You know what'd be crazy is if like you had like a huge piss hole like this big. And instead of a stream of piss, it was just this one large, like, sphere of piss that came out all at once. And it just, like, made a bowling ball-sized splash in the toilet. Like, what if that was anyway, what? See, I'm getting silly now. The pissing was caught in 4K, 120 frames per second. Cool, that means you can put it in slow-mo easily and see each and every fucking bead. I don't know. Is it weird to think about having like a super large like diaphragm piss hole where you just one sphere that just comes out in like 1 second, like, and it just makes a fucking mess all over your bathroom because just piss and water, like toilet water, just splash everywhere. They'd have to redesign. Blimey, where'd that accent come from? They'd have to redesign toilets around that if men piss that way. Yeah, you're right. It is weird. Let me shut the fuck up before I say more weird shit.
He's like, ah! Yeah, it's very special to Elmo, Zoe. That's why Elmo's gonna take it home. It's a very special blanket for Elmo. Now don't fucking touch it, bitch, or I'll slice your fucking eyes out. But Zoe.
Edgy.
Elmo wants his blanket back now. Well, in a minute, Elmo. No, not in a minute, Zoe. No. No, bitch. Blanket back now. Wait. Elmo wants his blanket.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're taking a children's cartoon where they would never use profanity, and you're juxtaposing it with some guy mimicking the voice, and they are using profanity, and you would never see that in a children's thing, and that equals funny. That's why that's funny. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Yeah, because normally they talk like that in like those gritty like 1970s like Taxi Driver, you know, Raging Bull kind of movies. They wouldn't do that. Okay, now okay. I understand the humor now. I get why I'm supposed to be laughing at that. By the way, Mike Matei was the first person to ever juxtapose something made for kids with like edgy adult humor. He's the first one to do that.
Ooh. Rip the blanket.
Zoe! Look what you did! Bitch! It was an accident.
Mike Matei has the same sense of humor as this girl I was like talking to earlier this year. Like her sense of humor was so fucking corny. She would like, dude, she was still referencing Borat references. She would still like, if I told her something, she'd be like, very nice. And I'd just be like, you're referencing Borat still? It's like she stopped taking in new media after like 2009. She would make like Step Brothers references, like Don't Touch My Drum Set. And I'm just looking at her like, bro, you're like 33 years old. I'm 3 years older than you. How are you literally still dropping fucking Borat references? Like, dude, it was so cringe. It's like, I would like go out of my way to not say anything to make her laugh or be jokey, in fear that she would return a joke of her own and it would be some reference. Oh, like, bye, Felicia. She'd say that. Or fat bitches need love too, Craig. Like, it's like, really? Like, Friday from 1999? You're still referencing that? Like, and sorry, I got on a tangent there. She wasn't bad looking, though.
Zoe's not Elmo's friend anymore. What? I'm not your friend.
I can't stop!
Oh, that looks really bad. Whenever you see a full body shot of the characters, it only lasts for like 2 seconds. There's never like a 30-second shot where you see them standing.
Yeah, because it looks like crap, and there was probably a lot of like ventriloquism going on to even make that happen. First of all, like, I don't know, is it just me, or is it a little weird, little like, I don't know, like low-hanging fruit to like dunk on a movie that's made for kids, specifically made for kids? Like, isn't that some like punching down shit? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just me.
You know that it looks so awkward that they have to get it off the screen as quick as possible because it just looks so weird and fake.
But where's Elmo's blanket?
Where's Elmo's blanket? That bitch Zoe fucking ripped it. Just like I'm gonna rip her fucking head off later tonight when everybody's asleep.
What? Why is he going like fucking Ted Bundy on this shit right now? Like, I don't understand. I mean, is that supposed to be another hilarious juxtaposition? Juxtaposition is a word that RGT85 doesn't know, by the way.
I fucking hate Elmo. That's gonna be this whole fucking movie. I like Sesame Street, and I like...
Dude, you're watching a fucking movie made for kids where kids love silly voices and shit. Like, my niece and nephew go gaga for this kind of bullshit because it's made for kids. Like, what? I don't know. It's just like bizarre that you're like dunking on. Yeah, of course. It's bad. Yeah, it's not made for you, you dumb shit. At least I like make fun of people that are putting out content that's supposed to be made for people their age, like Pat the NES Punk or AVGN.
Sesame Street characters, it's just Elmo I don't like. He's fucking annoying.
I want my blanket. I want my blanket. You can't have my blanket. You're not my friend anymore. Like,
Fuck you. Fuck Elmo. Look, and she feels like all bad now. Fuck Elmo. He's a piece.
Dude, Mike gives me like Gen X vibes for. I mean, he might be Gen X. I don't know. Like, definitely like Gen X style. Like, fuck you, Barney, you purple bitch. Brrr, yeah, I just shot Barney in the fucking head with a gun. Probably not allowed to say that on stream, but whatever. Like, seriously, it's like, oh my god, in the 90s, all of the, like, making fun of Barney shit, and it was just like, so, it was like, oh, that's so fucking funny, and it's just like, now it's like, yeah, something that was literally not made for you. It was made for your stupid kids to, like, distract them while you go bang your secretary or whatever. Like, oh, it's cringy and not cool. Well, yeah, it's not. Anyway.
It's a shit. So Bert and Ernie come on the screen every 4 or 5 minutes to not only explain what the fuck is going on to the children, but also to sort of break the film up, because you know that kids can't pay attention for very long.
Is Elmo kidding? Chrissy is right. Elmo never get there.
Elmo can't do anything. Elmo sucks. Elmo's a piece of shit. Elmo has no self-confidence. Elmo's gonna fucking blow his fucking brains away with this gun.
Elmo's fucking
What?
emo.
Elmo has to slit his fucking wrists. Elmo doesn't have a blanket. I have to slit my fucking Elmo wrist.
Oh my god, this humor aged like fucking milk in the Sudanese desert.
No.
Look at that guy's eyebrows. Look at how bushy his eyebrows are. If his eyebrows are that bushy, can you imagine?
Oh, are you about to comment on this dude's pubic hair?
What his ass crack looks like?
Oh, okay, you went with ass crack. Okay. Well, don't you worry, Mike. In a few years from the making of this video, there'll be a man by the name of Lusty Justy Silverman that will come along. And I don't know, he's almost like Jesus died on the cross and took in all the sins of man. Somehow that was never explained to me in Bible school, how he did that. It's like he just did that. Well, when Justin comes around, he took in all of the cringe and the jokes, and he all absorbed them into himself. That's part of the reason why he's so large, is because, I mean, if you think about it, now that Justin's around, it's like he's a deflector of I mean, yeah, people might make fun of Kieran every now and then. Yeah, people might say something about James, but really Justin's the martyr who takes in all the all the pot shots and everything. Anyway, now I'm becoming cringe. It was bound to happen on a 4-hour live stream.
So are those two married right now? Right there? Gordon and his wife. Imagine one day, like, I don't know, whatever, Cookie Monster's walking down the street and he looks in, like, their window on Sesame Street and, like, they're fucking each other. or Gordon's eating her out. He's got his mustache and her pussy. Cookie Monster's looking in the window and Gordon's eating her pussy and Gordon's like, I'll show you how to eat a cookie. Ah! I hope there's a pole hanging down in this mine.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I don't know if I'm laughing because it's funny or because it's just so fucking stupid.
Shaft, and he gets his head fucking cut off. And now the villain's gonna sing a song. This is painful.
Yeah, it is painful.
I want my only quarry. I love what is yours.
This is the villain. This guy spinning this colorful umbrella around. He's really threatening.
You know Mike wants to use a gamer word on this guy right now, but he's not going to. But if the cameras weren't rolling, Mike would totally be doing it.
I almost performed in the bus and truck tour of West Side Story. They said I wasn't right for Maria. What do they know?
This is so boring. Kids would not want to watch this scene. This fucking, like, old guy with bushy eyebrows talking about West Side Story. Kids will not sit still for this shit. Right now.
So was this video made when James was out in the desert in LA spending all of his fans' money making that shitty movie, or was this just something that Mike did as like some weird one-off?
Now every kid in the theater is thinking, when is Elmo coming back? Where's Grover? Where's the Count? So this whole movie is basically Elmo gets his blanket stolen, and then the fucking
She's kind of hot.
bad guy with the bushy eyebrows flies away to the top of his mountain, and Elmo has to walk over to the mountain. So it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings, but instead of...
Well, at least Mike can say mountain, right? Unlike his co-star there, James.
Ring, it's a blanket, and it's all of the things that happen to Elmo along the way as he walks towards the top of the mountain, and
The video is yellow because he's using basic home lighting, and he's not using a professional light like I am, which is a neutral white, which, you know, is what you're supposed to use. And then you go in and you color correct. I can't color correct while I'm live streaming, so it just makes me look white and pasty. But Mike here is using an overhead boob light, probably found in most houses. And for whatever reason, a long time ago, it was decided that like a warmer hue, like a yellow or an orange, is more homier looking than a cooler, like a white or a blue. I guess yellow equals fire, which is what candles, you know, before electricity and all that. So, you know, long story short, most houses have that orange or yellow tint to it if you see home videos from a long time ago. Now, you can fix that in post-production. You can go in and you can bump up the tint to make it way more cooler. It kind of neutralizes the orange, but, James knew that. But Mike, I don't know. I guess I don't know who was in charge of editing this video, but yeah, there was absolutely zero color correction. So you're just literally getting an overhead light. The intense, shitty shadowing over Mike's eyes yet again tells me this is some kind of overhead light or lamp. As you see with me right now, there's no shadows on my face because I'm getting direct light from my lights that are off screen. And there's some boring, lighting a set 101 for you.
You know what happens along the way every time? It's a fucking song every single fucking time. One bad song.
Yeah, I could probably set the white balance on this webcam, but the white balance is fine on my shit. I mean, the white balance is like right where it needs to be. I'm not too cool or too warm.
And then another bad song, and then another bad song, and in between there's a little bit of,
oh, I don't know where I am. I still want to find my blanket.
That's pretty much this movie. Nothing's happening. It's a music scene. The only thing is just he's got to find his blanket. That's it. There's just there's no plot. It's so fucking bad. Like, what is this song I'm listening to right now?
Again, like, I don't know why this was it was made for kids, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like punching down so hard that it's like super annoying to even like watch this video right now.
Just singing a song about your point of view? What? Some like generic advice. It sucks.
That would be like me being like, look at Mike and how he's sitting. Look at that stupid couch. Look at his stupid shirt. Why does he have those, like, what are those, DVDs or CDs in the background? I can't even tell. Where do you get those shelves from? IKEA? It's just like literally like nitpicking just stuff that doesn't even need to be mentioned.
30 seconds to do 100.
Well, that's why it's called the ultimate challenge. Ready, set, go. Hurry. You're wasting time.
How can Elmo do this? How can Elmo do this? Oh, wait. Can you please help Elmo do raspberries like this?
Mike spurging out. He hit that blow too hard. 2 lines wasn't enough. He had to go for that 3rd line.
This is what our children are learning.
Yeah. Oh, no one has ever.
Tyson lost by decision. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Fucking Jake and Logan Paul, man. Like, can they just please go away, like, forever? Like, I am so fucking sick of those 2 gamer word.
Passed the ultimate challenge before and you did it.
Ultimate challenge? Elmo's got an ultimate challenge. Try to put Elmo's dick and balls in your mouth all at once. That's Elmo's challenge. Try and do it. Try and do it in under 10 seconds.
Are you guys still here with Elmo?
No.
Now all the fucking content creators are gonna be coming out with their fucking takes on it. Oh, it's gonna be annoying. All my feed's gonna be filled up with, and people I even like are gonna make videos about it because they have to. Too Lazy to Try is gonna do a video about it. Patrick CC is gonna do a video about it. Fucking Sunny V2 is gonna do a video about it. Joe Rogan's gonna do a video about it. Like, what the fuck? That's gonna be so fucking annoying. See that Podcast Cringe is gonna do a video about it. Right now I'm just naming off shit that I watch. I don't know what's up with that.
We fucking left the theater about 45 minutes ago because this movie fucking sucks and there's too many songs. Well, Elmo just got his blanket back once and for all.
No, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to get into a fight with Jake Paul. I wouldn't say he couldn't knock out an old man, but like, I mean, yeah, Jake Paul could fucking kick my ass, but so what? So can like most fucking people in the world. It's not about that. It's about fucking principle, you motherfuckers.
And I think after watching the whole movie, I have actually figured out why Elmo wanted the blanket back so badly after all. I was kind of making fun of the movie the whole way, but I do think there is a really good purpose why he wanted the blanket back. I think it's because the blanket is his cum rag. and he jerks off onto it.
Now I can go home and jerk off onto my blanket all night.
Such a creep. What a fucking creep. That was, yeah, I mean, alright. What's this brown blocks thing about Mike? Let's keep going, I guess. Keeps hovering around 100 people, so fuck it, why not? What's it? Someone in chat, what's this fucking, what do I search? Mike Matei, brown block. I don't know what that is. I've never seen it. I should have made this like a separate stream, honestly, but because it's like the title is just gonna say Inspector Gadget loves Minecraft. Okay. All right. Shows you honestly. Hold on. I can't do two things at once because I'm also sucking a dick right now and typing and trying. I can't do three things at once, rather. I love to build brown bricks of Minecraft. Okay, let's see if this is it. This is only 28 seconds. No, this ain't. Oh, wow. They have this on Cinemassacre Clips too still. It's only 2 minutes and 49 seconds, apparently. Does that sound right? 2 minutes, 49 seconds? Or is it like longer than that? No, I'm not looking up Loco Bandito. I can't say any of those words on live stream, probably. Okay. 249 is about right. Cool. Someone out there giving me useful information. You know what this is? Honestly, chat. My dear chat. I'm working on a Metallica Lou Reed Lulu video for like my actual edited content. And I hate editing. And it's a pain in my twat. And I would be doing that right now if I weren't live streaming. And the reason why I keep this going is because that's just how much I am putting off editing that video. Because I fucking hate editing. So this is literally the only reason why I'm doing this. I am putting off the inevitable. Because I'm going to have to fucking eventually do it. Okay. So. Here we go again.
I don't know what the block does.
It's way fucked up. Did Inspector Gadget always have a goiter hanging from his chin like that? That looks like tumorous to me, like highly tumorous. All right. Yeah, Lulu, that album, oh my god, it's hot garbage. But I have opinions on it, so.
Do you? I don't know. I don't know. Hey everybody, I'm here with my good friend Inspector Gadget. How you doing, Inspector Gadget?
I'm having a lot of fun.
So you want to do some reviews, Inspector Gadget?
I'm better than you are, so I should do the review.
Okay, alright, well, Inspector Gadget's gonna do the review.
The lighting is very consistent between the two subjects on camera. The Inspector Gadget and Mike Matei, like the lighting is very consistent. Mike Matei is basically in the shadows and Inspector Gadget is very brightly lit, so already we're off to a good start here.
You can shut up now. I'm always on duty. Do you have that game Minecraft? Penny was telling me she was playing it on her computer book. Let's play Minecraft.
Well, I have Minecraft. I think that's probably what you're talking about. Let's try that.
Can I just let you know? I'm talking to this chat like it's just one person. Can I just let you know that I played Minecraft for the first time like a week ago, and I couldn't really figure that shit out. I mean, like I knew how to hack things with a little axe or whatever, but yeah, that's one of those games that like I thought it was like a kid game, so I never really fucked with it. And I don't know, I was at my girlfriend's house like a week ago, and of course she fucking had it, so it's like, all right, I guess I'll play this game for the first time. And I don't know, there's like monsters that come out at night, and you have to like, I don't know, man, I didn't figure it out. I don't know. It seemed okay. I didn't understand the whole like. I mean, I like the like kind of the graphical user interface. Like when you boot it up, it kind of looks like an old computer. That was kind of cool. And then the graphics, obviously, like super kind of like 8-bit, pseudo 8-bit looking. The FPS was fine, but I don't know. I just couldn't really like. It's a lot of shit that you gotta like look into. It's kind of like any game in that ilk. Like, I mean, obviously SimCity games are like that, and The Sims were like that, but that's a little bit of lore for me there.
Oh yes, this is it. Minecraft.
No, Inspector Gadget. It's called Minecraft.
Oh, Minecraft. I cannot wait to play Minecraft. Do you know what my favorite thing to do is in Minecraft? I love building bricks with Minecraft. Building bricks with Minecraft is the best thing.
Oh, building bricks with Minecraft. Okay, now we're starting to see where the brown blocks comes from. I see it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord.
And the most amount of fun you can have while playing an app. I understand why all the kids are playing this game these days. It's because they like to build brown bricks with Minecraft. I also like to build brown bricks with Minecraft. It's the most fun you can possibly have. What is the point of Minecraft?
Well, there really is no point. It's a sandbox game.
Oh good! I love building sandcastles.
Nah, that just means you can do anything you want, like explore, build stuff, and mess around.
What kind of stuff can you build?
Well, anything really. Like there's one guy that built a scale model of the Starship Enterprise.
My deduction skills as a detective tell me he has quite possibly never had sex.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, SimCity 2000 and 3000 are pretty fucking sweet. Played those a lot growing up. Never played SimCity 4K, or if they just call it 4, whatever.
Come on, Inspector Gadget. It's about expressing your creativity.
But he is just copying a fake rocket ship blueprint designed by someone else. Seems more like monkey see, monkey do than using creative energy, if you ask me.
Oh, you think you can do better, huh?
I have a robotic implant in my brain that lets me perform 12 quadrillion calculations per second. I could rewrite...
How is this like the big memed on thing? Like, this is not even like cringe. Like this, I mean it is, but it's like, what's the, you know, I'm not like, I kind of get the Elmo thing a little bit, but this one's like, I don't see why this was so memed on so hard. It's, I mean, unless it gets really bad in the last 30 seconds.
The entire game's code while helping Penny with her homework and cleaning up Brain's duty all at the same time. He's a nerd,
Don't question
and I
it.
hate nerds more than I hate mad agents. What an asshole.
He might not have a powerful cybernetic brain like yours, but I think that the kid used Minecraft in a unique and complex yet beautiful way, making an adaptation of...
I told you to shut up, but you didn't listen. Oh look, a free iPad.
That was so like not even worth it. What the hell? All right, what else do we got about Mike besides his huge dong, the brown bricks? Something about electrons? Isn't there something about brown electrons or some shit? I don't know. This is me delaying editing my video, and more people keep jumping on this stream for some fucking reason. I don't know. Mike drunk rage. Oh, what? When he's doing his streaming and he's like freaking out. I love that I got his girlfriend to like shout me out on one of her streams or whatever. I put it at the oh, you know what? I'm gonna this will probably clear the chat out. I've done this before in my one of my old fucking videos. Let's watch one of my old videos where I tried to be funny. What do we got? Oh yeah. Yeah, I've done this one before. It's pretty fucking bad. Do I want to do this? I think I will. What the fuck is the video called? What was it? Damn, I forgot the video. It's so old. I'm actually like trying to do impersonations of the different content creators I watched at the time. What was it about what Mario is overrated? Yeah, that was it. Mario overrated. This should clear the chat out and get me to like stop doing this. Oh yeah, this is. Oh yeah. All right, get ready. I feel I deserve this, quite frankly. I've been dunking on people all night, so I deserve this. I deserve to be dunked on here. So this video, I made this 8 years ago, sitting at 10,000 whole ass views. And my premise of the video is that Mario is overrated, because I feel he is overrated. So I stand by that, but I don't stand by anything that happened in this video. I will say that, yeah, Aaron's kind of hot. I will say that this video came out before the Nintendo Switch was, like, the name of it was announced. It was still being called the Nintendo NX at the time, so in the video I call it the Nintendo NX. And it's very cringe, and I'm not stoked to show it to over 100 people watching live who can call me a fucking gamer word to my face, but whatever. I deserve it, because I've been dishing it out all night, so it's time for me to take it in the ish a little bit. I think I got a theme song and everything in this video. Where's it at? Yep, okay, here we go. 8 years ago, give me some grace here, motherfucker.
What's up, and welcome to episode number 16 of the Overstimulation Station, and I'm happy to announce that we're doing another game review! What? How come every time Angry Video Game Nerd or Pro Jared or JonTron does a game review, it's beloved by all, but I can't get 10 fucking people to look at my game reviews? Hey man, I was walking by your window and I heard your plight, brother. What you need is a gimmick to get more views, like a talking robot, or get really angry at old video games or something. How'd you find my house? I live in the middle of the woods. All those other YouTubers have funny little things they do to get the audience engaged, man. Like, what do you do? Like, what sets you apart from all the other guys? Alright, I guess you're not gonna answer my question as to why you're hanging out in the back of my house. Who are you anyway? Oh, me? I'm a 20-something-year-old white guy who has a retro video game channel. I have like 20,000 subs. It's awesome. What the fuck? Does literally everybody have a more successful YouTube channel than me? You people want gimmicks? Fine, I'll give you some gimmicks. What's up, everybody? I'm Josh the NES Delinquent, and today we're gonna review something mega. Now, why don't you shut the fuck up, Rob? Oh, that noise is so annoying. God, no, this gimmick isn't gonna work.
I had the Union Jack in the background of this video because I was hot off the heels of doing a British food taste test video, which is something I used to do on my channel that I don't do anymore. I used to, because people would, like, for whatever reason, because I had a podcast and people would send me shit from their country, and I would do a taste test with one of them was a girl I was dating at a time. One of them was Ari from my band, Dancing with Ghosts. And I would buy the flag off of Amazon. I would put it in the background when I do the taste test. And so I would just have the flag back there for whatever reason. Yeah, that's why that's back there. Let's see. Also, the Union Jack is... Oh, all right. Can't say that. Oh yeah, someone said earlier, like, you have energy back then. No, I was hamming it up because that's what I thought you had to do. I was trying to appeal to that audience that liked that kind of shit. I hated doing this kind of stuff. I never liked trying to be funny like this. I just thought it's what I had to do. But yeah, anyway, it's cause this is cringe as fuck, like me watching my own video. I hate it, but I don't know. I just feel like it's like punishment due for all my shit talking tonight.
Sorry. Next. This yellow sack of syphilis is called Mohawk and Headphone Jack. This putrid pile of possum puke is enough to make me want to diarrhea sand spurs out of my dick hole. Wait a second. Why am I getting so angry about a crappy old game that's like 25 years old? Just doesn't really make sense.
Oh yeah, I will say I was using James Rolfe's the same model that James Rolfe used to do his AVGN episodes. I had that same exact camera for this video, I believe. Yeah, because that was my old set. It was just the corner of my room. So yeah, I'm using the same exact Panasonic HVX 100 that James used for like the first like 100 and something episodes that he did. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass camera to work with, by the way. Josh Lennon. No, my camera was not taped to the ceiling. Yes, the black cart was Killer Instinct. Yeah, that was the beginning of my Super Nintendo collection. It got much bigger than that. That was just at the beginning. See, all those games that you see in the background, I sold all that shit during the pandemic because I got tired of being a collector. And that off to the left, that DVD player looking thing, I did the same exact thing that James Rolfe did. I recorded my game footage onto DVDs, and then I would kind of rip them onto the computer to edit. I literally copied everything that James Rolfe did in his early videos. I just maxed out my credit card, and I bought all the shit that he had and did everything in the way that he would. Because I thought, well, if I have all of his stuff, then there's no way that I'll fail. And I failed for so long. It's not about the equipment, you guys. It's about the content. Took little Joshy 7 or 8 years to learn that, but I guess I did. Yeah, I didn't have the Nintoaster, though.
Sense for me personally. I mean, maybe for somebody else it would make sense, but I just don't see getting angry about a shitty old game. Why don't I just do a game?
Man, I even did the YouTuber apology sigh just then. You guys, I really didn't want to talk about this, but I'm going to address it. I just did the YouTuber apology sigh then. Wow, man, I was full of the tropes back then.
Game that no one's ever done before. What now? Dude, every video game in existence has already been reviewed on YouTube. PewDiePie has done a walkthrough and playthrough of every new Nintendo game on the Nintendo NX. That system hasn't even come out yet. It's the way she goes, man. It's the way she goes. I'm gonna sleep on your couch for a week if that's okay. Well, this is just great. Oh, and thanks for letting yourself into my house, by the way. I'll be calling the cops as soon as this video's over. And really nice Trailer Park Boys reference there. Real original. So, if cheap gimmicks won't get me views, and every video game that has ever existed has already been reviewed, why don't I just make videos for my own enjoyment that I like watching? Alright, well, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. In that case, there's been something I've been wanting to get off my chest for a while. A video game character, hell, a video game franchise, I feel...
This is before I started shaving my neck, so I'd have the neck beard going on. I just didn't, put 2 and 2 together that you could still have a beard, but you can just shave your neck and it just kind of looks better. Nah, son, I just let it ride back then.
Is so horribly overrated that I'm gonna do a whole episode about it. And that character would be...
It's me, Mario!
Cue the intro!
Oh yeah, I had an intro too. I got rid of those a long time ago because intros just make people lose interest instantly, I feel like, unless you're a known entity.
Oh.
Game reviews and self-defacing entertainment interlacing. Just sit back and start to space out over stimulation. Band reviews or playing skits where I'm a chick with attention grabbing product placement with the point I'm trying to make is overstimulation station. Overstimulation.
If you pause, you can see one of my exes.
Stimulation station. Overstimulation station. Overstimulation station.
My ex.
From his corny Italian stereotypes to the basic run, jump game mechanic to the complete oversaturation of merchandising of all things Mario, I gotta say, I don't really see what much of the fuss is about. Just like a pop song on the radio gets old after a few listens, Mario is just one of those games that I never revisit in my game library. Here's my case on why I think Mario is criminally overrated as a character. There's no subtlety to a Mario game. What you see is what you get. Do you like running? Do you like jumping? Is that all you need to have stimulating gameplay?
then you're in luck because that's essentially all the Mario games are about. In each level, you start off on the left-hand side of the screen, and you run and jump until you get to the right-hand side of the screen. And there are water levels occasionally that mix up the gameplay slightly, and you can get power-ups here and there that you will most likely lose by the end of the level, but besides that, you're Jumpman, 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 Jumpman. You never evolve.
Oh yeah, this kid has a very bright future indeed.
Evolve as a character. Mario is the same at the beginning of the game that he is at the end of the game. Unlike Mario, other first-party Nintendo titles such as Metroid and Zelda force the characters to grow and gain experience. By the end of these games,
Metroid-based
games, you are a million miles away from that puny little sapling that you were at the beginning. Not Mario though. All you gain at the end of a Mario game is a little bit of strategy on when maybe not to jump or not to run. It might sound like I'm oversimplifying the game, but if you really think about it, that's all you're essentially doing. Your attack is lame. You jump on enemies to kill them. That's your attack. Link has a sword, Samus has a gun, Ness has a baseball bat even, but Mario essentially does what most kids used to think I would do if I got mad at them. What are you gonna do, sit on me? And I used to be fat, by the way. How did these enemies die? Is he supposed to be squashing them? Does he have some kind of spiky boots we don't know about? The whole one-hit death thing is super frustrating to me. In Mario, it's a one-hit death. Unless you eat a mushroom, then you get bigger and you can take 2 hits before you croak. And no, I'm not going to touch that whole eating mushrooms to get more powerful joke with a 10-foot pole because I feel like it's been done ad nauseum. Here's a 10-foot pole I won't be touching the joke with. But 2 hits? It's so frustrating trying to
I don't know. I just think this video is perfect, so I really have nothing to critique. That's why I haven't been pausing it, because I just think it's excellence from start to beginning.
Navigate through a level and accidentally glazing the edge of an enemy and boom, you're dead. Mario was just never a character that I thought was very cool.
Yeah, no notes. $2 Super Chat and Black Metal Gamer. Mario was the granddaddy of speedrun gaming. Sure. I'll take it.
He's very cute and slightly irritating. It's almost like that bizarre bronies thing where full-grown men are into the My Little Pony cartoons. Yes, it's a real thing, look it up. I mean, I want to feel at least somewhat cool when I play as a video game character. There's nothing about Mario that is cool. Whenever I play Super Smash Bros. And look at all the other characters to choose from, Mario is the last person I want to choose to battle with. I mean, even Pikachu can shoot out damn lightning bolts. The spin-off Mario games never appealed to me either, and there was a lot of them. There's a Mario version of just about every kind of game out there. Racing, soccer, golf, baseball, tennis. Do you like RPGs? There's a Mario game for that. A few, actually. Pinball, educational. Hell, Mario can even show you how to type on a fucking keyboard. Oi. Mario is always the go-to character when everybody thinks about video games. We have to hand it to Nintendo, though. They did a great marketing job in the 80s and 90s to make sure we knew who Mario was. He's always the default. And I just think it's unfair, you know? It's like we've been brainwashed to believe that Mario has to be fun, when there's better games out there that don't receive as much fanfare. For whatever Mario version was out there, I found a game I liked more. If I wanted to play a 16-bit race...
Oh, Biker Mice from Mars on Super Nintendo is so fucking good. I stand by that all day long. That is such a good fucking underrated racing game. Metal Jesus, where are you at?
Racing game?
No, Biker Mice from Mars.
I'd play Biker Mice from Mars or F-Zero. Instead of playing a Mario RPG, I'd rather play Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Final Fantasy, or any other Square Enix game for that matter. Instead of playing Mario Tennis, I'd just rather play tennis. I never understood how shoving Mario into something made it inherently better, aside from the fact that it was just an obvious cash grab, banking off the Mario name. If you haven't clicked out of the video yet though, hear me out! Mario did get a lot better. Mario 64 was amazing and improved upon a lot of the problems I had with the earlier games. There was much more to do, you actually had a life bar instead of a 2-hit death, and hey, you actually have attacks now like punching and kicking. There are many other Mario games that have come out since the classic Mario 64, like Super Mario Sunshine for the Nintendo GameCube. That was my last recollection of a Mario game. And it was okay, but it was kind of gimmicky with the whole water aspect.
What year did I upload this? Well, it says it's 8 years ago, according to YouTube, so... What, fucking 2016? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Super Mario Galaxy is supposed to be a really fun game, but again, I gotta call him out on the gimmicks because while Super Mario Sunshine was just one gimmick on one game, Nintendo Wii was a gimmicky console, so with the whole motion control thing, was not a fan. I've lost a lot of faith in Nintendo's decision making over the years. I'm hoping that they can redeem themselves with the Nintendo NX because I really am rooting for Nintendo. They were my
Back then my balls sat much higher up on my dick. That's why my voice was higher.
first, my last, my everything. The only system I collect games for, really. So if you're still watching this video, that means hopefully you've heard me out and maybe I've made some good points. Or maybe you'll at least think twice before saying that Mario is the best character ever. And before you get a retro game character tattooed on your arm to finish your retro gaming sleeve, maybe think outside the box and get a Mega Man or Simon Belmont. Or even Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh wait, I don't like Sonic games either.
Oh! And now I can't play that because YouTube will copyright my own music. YouTube will copyright strike my own music. I'm playing one of my band songs there at the end, and yeah, they'll strike that shit down. All right, well that was that video. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to see how long I'm gonna, like, more people have joined the stream, so I don't know why, but I'm just gonna see how long I can keep them here until they get bored and I lose them. I can show you a video about why I hate the Nintendo 64. One of my other videos. I'm gonna piss again, and I'm gonna grab another beer. I just want to see, like, do people eventually just leave or do they stay? I don't know. It's like, how long is this gonna go on? How long? Be right back, chat. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Okay. Hier kommt die Sonne, sie ist der hellste Stern von allen. Here come the Sonne. Fuck, man. Shit's hard being one of them live streamers having to piss all the time. Having people making fun of my fucking bladder. I've helped a lot of girls in Hollywood. I got my lines all fucked up. Now Josh is gone. Who wants to hear a Josh secret? Yeah, I'd like to hear this fucking secret too. Okay. I think this is honestly, I think this is going to be the longest stream I've done thus far. Although I think on my 15,000 subscriber one, I did a pretty long one where we did this kind of same thing where we just where I sniffed my own farts at the end of it and just like watched my own videos. Well, you know, I put a lot of work into those videos back in the day, and nobody watched them back then, so fuck it, might as well, you know? And you can, like, make fun of me and the videos. I don't give a fuck. I mean, where is it? Oh, here it is. So this one I made 6 years ago, so 2018. I already lived, so I had moved into my new house by myself at this point. I mean, by myself and 2 security guards who know jiu-jitsu and taekwondo, who are heavily armed. This is why I hate the Nintendo 64. Kind of do hate the Nintendo 64. This wasn't just me playing it up for clicks. Not a huge fan, but probably cringy. Haven't seen this video in a really long time, so just trying to kill off the chat here with watching videos of myself. I just want to see, as a social experiment, how long these people are going to hang in here.
The Nintendo 64. Most of you probably have pretty fond memories of Nintendo's third entry into the video game home console market, and I can even admit when my brother first got an N64 in the Christmas of 1996, we played the hell out of that thing. But I would be lying if I told you that I look back on the N64 with fond memories, because honestly, I don't. The Nintendo 64 has not aged well. If Nintendo were a person, the N64 would be that weird teenage period transitioning from 2D to 3D graphics. Stick around if you want to hear more about why I hate the 64. This is the overstimulation station.
So I started cutting the intro short because I was learning. No one wants to sit around for that 30-second intro. If anybody wants to overstimulate my prostate, that would be fine. With rare NES titles, preferably.
The 5th generation of gaming, otherwise known as consoles that were released from 1993 to 2001. I will never understand why people feel the need to put gaming consoles into generations, especially since nobody can agree on exactly when the generations start and end. But nonetheless, the 5th generation...
I had to actually make that graphic, I think, on Photoshop, and it, like, took me forever. And that's just the kind of shit that, you know, you would do back then. A graphic that was on the screen for like 10 seconds, you know, you'd just like, had to do like the strokes around every single console. You had to get PNGs of all the consoles. You had to do those fucking lines and then get the font. What font am I going to use? Like, it was such a pain in the ass. I mean, it still is a pain in the ass. Editing still is, you still have, like, nothing's changed. But I'm looking at this particular shot, and I remember how much of a pain in the ass it was making that one particular graphic.
Consoles brought us the likes of the Sega Saturn, the PlayStation 1, and the Nintendo 64. In the mid-1990s, everyone in the...
Thanks, Dat Dude Vince. If my memory serves, you're one of the people that's been watching my shit for a really long time, so I appreciate that, bro.
The video game industry was in a race to see who could reach 3D supremacy the quickest. Quite frankly, though, none of them crossed that finish line in my opinion. The technology just wasn't there, and looking back, these games are clunky and hideous to look at. This is my least favorite generation of game consoles, falling second only to...
I will say that that game that I have on screen as an example, what was it called? Fighting Core? No, it wasn't Blast Core. It's Fighting Force 64? That was actually a really fun game. Me and my brother played that game all the time. I don't know why I used that as an example. I mean, probably because it looked like shit, but that was actually a really fun game.
To the primitive caveman-like graphics of the first...
Oh, thank you, Sue.
...generation. But why am I picking on the N64 in particular? Well, basically, it's what I remember. I didn't have a Sega Saturn or a PlayStation as a kid. And recently, it seems like everybody's been jumping on the N64 bandwagon.
Yeah, dude, N64 had some really good wrestling games. Me and my brother played the fuck out of, like, WCW, World Tour, WCW, Revenge wasn't one of them called that. The WWF games had a completely different playing style, but they were also, like, really fun. And after a while, you kind of forget how shitty the graphics are, and you just kind of get into the gameplay. And yeah, I mean, so they did have some good wrestling games on there for sure.
Like it was the best thing since free porn. And in my opinion, it wasn't. My first problem with the Nintendo 64 is the overabundance of shovelware.
So I wasn't using Bimmy's camera anymore at this point. I'd upgrade to the same camera I use to this day, my Canon 70D, which was like 100% digital. It was like a lot easier to work with. The picture was just kind of better. James Rolfe's Panasonic HVX 100 only shot in 720p. It could shoot in 1080i, which is shit because it's interlaced and just looks like crap. But the Canon 70D shot in 1080p, so that's why I wanted to upgrade. I'm probably due for upgrade now, but like I just whatever. It looks fine as it is.
N64 has so many lackluster games that aren't worth playing, let alone collecting. And the sports games. Holy shit, the sports games. I don't know why, but wrestling and racing games also seem to...
Oh yeah, those were our childhood games there. World Tour, WWF, what was that, Warzone?
...be very popular on this system. And even if it's not a sports game, you're still guaranteed to have those awkward, blocky graphics of that generation. As a side note, one genre of gaming that is almost completely missing from the N64 is RPGs. Now this doesn't bother me personally, as I don't really like RPGs in the first place, but...
Yeah, I never cared. Everyone used to have that argument that like, oh, there's no RPGs on N64. I was like, I'm fine with that. Like, I never gave a fuck about RPGs.
This has got to be a big turnoff to some. I would say out of the 296 games that came out in North America for the N64, only about 20 of them are worth playing. That is an incredibly low percentage of good games for a console. And just before anybody has any kind of heart attack, I will acknowledge the good games that came out on the N64. Alright, now that that's over, I can get back to bashing the system. These games do not run as smoothly as I remember. I recently had a friend...
composite shot here. I don't put in the effort to do these kind of shots anymore. Where it's like a composite shot of like me interacting with myself or whatever. Like, it's like, I'm not. I know how to do them, but they're a pain in the ass, and I just don't put that kind of effort into it anymore.
Over and want to show them how awesome San Francisco Rush was, but upon replaying the game, I was stunned at how badly it had aged. Aside from the dated graphics, the frame rate was awful, and it was just an ugly, clunky mess. The rose-colored glasses of nostalgia were shattered in an instant. Even when replaying Super Smash Bros., the controls felt stiff and unresponsive, but because N64 controllers are notoriously fragile, I had to constantly wonder if it was the game or the controller that was causing this. And while we're on the topic, let's talk about the controller for a second, shall we?
You know, it might have been a playbass list of good games, but I don't know, man. Give me your deep cuts for N64. How about that? I can give you deep cuts for almost any other system, but 64 just wasn't it with me.
Yes, it looks weird, and when I saw this design as a kid, I thought, this is going to be an unplayable mess. Well, turns out I was wrong. It's actually a pretty comfortable design. Even though I despise the fact that Nintendo feels the need to make us relearn how to use a controller with every new console they come out with, because they're always changing it up. The real problem with this N64 controller is this damn analog stick. This thing wears out so fast.
Did I not mention Turok in there? I believe I mentioned Turok 2. Yeah, that's like one of the better games for N64. I fucking love Turok 2. Turok 1 was okay. Turok 3 kind of sucked. Turok 2 was where it's at. I'd made a whole video about how sequels are always like better. Like whatever the second game was that came after the first is always seemingly always better than the first, and that rule remains true with the Turok series. Turok 2 is the best out of the 3 or 4. I think there was like a fourth one.
And if you try to replace it, not only is it a huge hassle, but the controller...
Turok 2 was mined? What does that mean? Enlighten me, senpai.
It never has the same feel after you do that. Trust me, I know. I've been through it before.
Yeah, Turok 3 did kind of suck.
With having to replace these things. It was an interesting idea having the analog stick, but at the end of the day, it was a design flaw. As far as the software goes, I gotta say, the N64 fails in that department as well. This is a new complaint I have with the system, as I didn't really notice this as a kid, but the fact that Nintendo chose to stick with cartridges in favor of optical media was a dumb idea on multiple levels. As I'm sure some of you know, Nintendo burned a lot of bridges with third-party developers by choosing to stick with plastic game cartridges instead of CDs. You could only buy the cartridges through Nintendo, and those cartridges were expensive to mass produce compared to CDs, which were very cheap to mass produce. With cartridges, there also came certain limitations in the audio-visual department. The first example that comes to mind is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the N64. I played the hell out of this game, and its soundtrack is legendary. So imagine my surprise when I learned that on the PlayStation version, you got to hear the entire unedited versions of the songs instead of the 1-minute loops that were on the N64. On top of that, in the PlayStation version, videos of the bands performing would play on some of the walls in the levels. What?
Yeah, I posted the link to my Discord server again. If there's any new people in here who want to join it, eventually I'm going to make it a Patreon exclusive, but right now it's free to join, so fucking do that shit if you want, or don't.
After learning about that, the N64 felt like the censored kids version. Also, what the hell's up with no end labels on these game cartridges? End labels are so essential to storing your games. The fans had to pick up the slack and create their own end labels. Fail on the...
Jesus, so much fucking room reverb. Like, I hate the audio design on this video so much. Like, I was too lazy. Some videos I'd use like a lavalier that clipped right to your shirt, and then others I was just like, fuck it, the Rode mic does well that you mount on the DSLR. That's what all the other YouTubers are doing, and it was just echoey as fuck. I fucking hated that mic, and so many YouTubers used it.
Nintendo's part. I understand this game console had to exist to get us to the next generation of much more playable game systems like the GameCube.
Hope you enjoy the dumpster fire. No, actually I have a really good Discord. I don't know. I feel like my Discord's probably like the least toxic from what people tell me. I don't know. I'm only on Red Cow's Discord. I don't know fuck all about it, but apparently mine's halfway decent, you know. Good healthy community in there. Yeah, 1080. That game sucks so much ass compared to SSX. Like SSX is the premier snowboarding game. 1080 was like very difficult to pull off any moves.
PS2 and Xbox. But at the end of the day, when I look back on the N64,
yeah, Mega Man 8 was a fine game. I love Mega Man 8.
Is not with fondness. Most of the great games for this system have been remastered with better graphics for newer systems. So is there really a compelling reason to ever go back and play any of these clunky curiosity pieces? I love 2D and 3D games, when they are done right. I am not interested in this transitional 5th generation of games though. There is a reason why I avoid the Atari 2600 like the plague. 2D graphics had not been mastered at that time, and the hardware limitations produced visually unappealing, lackluster games. I feel like the same point can be made for the Nintendo 64. It was an attempt at 3D that never truly felt complete until the next generation came along. Speaking of 2D games, what makes the original PlayStation still appealing to me are the beautiful 2D and 2.5D games that came out on the system, like the Mega Man X games and Castlevania Symphony of the Night. The Nintendo 64 completely ignored 2D games. They alienated third-party developers, and they had to rely mainly on first and second-party developers for all of their good games. I'm glad Nintendo corrected course with the GameCube, which is my second favorite Nintendo console after the Super Nintendo, but as far as the Nintendo 64, I am not a fan. If you've made it this far in the video, that probably means that you're a semi-open-minded, intelligent person who makes a lot of money and has a hot girlfriend. So good for you. But let me know in the comments section below. Do you agree with my points? Do you disagree? Let's have a nerd fest in the comments section. Just a big nerd festival where we talk about all things that the Nintendo 64 did right or wrong. Until next time, enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh, now I say have a good rest of your night instead of... Anyway, fuck it. Okay, I've officially fucked around way too long on here. I thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Fuck, man. This is a long-ass stream. I did not plan on... I didn't know I'd be able to last this long, quite frankly. But yeah, thanks for smelling my farts with me for the last 2 videos where we just like watched my videos as like the height of narcissism, if you ask me. We made fun of Pat a lot, made fun of James, made fun of Mike, made fun of myself. Not really. I have no notes for any of my old videos. No notes. They were perfect as they were. I wouldn't go back and change anything. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go fucking edit some more shit. God damn, I need to touch some grass tonight. It's too late though. It's on the East Coast. It's 1:25 a.m. So anyway, thank you everyone for sticking around for so long, and until next time, we will